Right, sorry about that. My internet decided to completely crap out on me in the middle of trying to do stuff. And I'm not even sure if I'm looking at the right screen in OBS. There we go, I was not. I am now, and everyone has left except for Jamie. Hello, how are you doing, mate? Right, that was annoying. I had a good flow going there, and the internet decided to crap out on me and ruin it all. So, brilliant. Thank you, internet. Right. Give me a second, and I will get started again. Oh my god, piss off. Yeah, sorry about that, the stream died, my internet decided to crap out for 10 minutes. My Wi-Fi card just decided to completely shut off. Don't know why, just decided to turn itself off and it took 5 minutes to turn back on again. But everything seems to be in the green again now. Which is annoying. Because there was quite a few people watching before. Anyway, we will get back to this in a second. Just going to put a little post up to say, sorry the stream died. Sorry the stream died. It's back up and running now. Backing internet. Oh my god, yes, I know, I've got a new laptop and you have to keep telling me things every 5 seconds. Right. Cool. Right, we'll go back to what we were doing. Fantastic. So, what were we doing? We were trying to get this building to spawn this mech. So, what we need to do is the buildings themselves, as I was saying before everything died and went to poo, this is what spawns the buildings. It's not a ship, it's not a cargo ship or any of that stuff, it is a planetary installation. That's why that one is set to true. And it spawns as a space pirate faction. I do want to set up my own faction eventually, but we'll get to that later once we know everything else works. And then down here is what determines what height and position it spawns and all that kind of stuff. And then here we have structure behavior, because we can give the buildings behaviors with a remote control block and stuff like that. So we need to create this behavior group, which is why I have got this page here, which is structure triggers. This is the one for the outposts. So I think oh, hang on, I've got them the wrong way around. It's behaviors I need to make first before I make triggers. So we need to make another behavior. So we basically just copy from here to here, copy and paste that, and then we just have to change these little bits here. So we've got a unique behavior ID for structure for defense station number 1, and so that, where were we, is going to be this one here. So we'll make that structure behavior defense station, and then that needs to trigger a behavior as well. So then we need to create a new trigger and a new action. So these are ones for the outposts. Number 1 spawns the wolf. So basically we've got the trigger behavior. When that activates, it activates a structure, an action behavior, and that action behavior is directly underneath in the code, and that action is this, and it does that, which is spawn a wolf. And then we've got a page for spawners as well. So where's the start of this fucking thing? It is here. So that does outpost 2. That spawns the recluse. So we copy that. That's the one. And there's also a space there that so we paste that there. Oh, hey, Prestige Reaper. Oh no, the laptop is so hey, Ricky Digits, by the way. The laptop is so that I can see all of you lovely people chatting to me in my direct line of sight, rather than having the tiny little chat window on OBS far off in my peripheral vision. But I only got it set up today, so every time I click on something it keeps saying, hey, do you know you can do this thing? It's like, yes, I've used all of these things before. Stop giving me tips. No, I'm running the game off a proper computer. The laptop is just so I can do the YouTube chat stuff without stressing my computer out too much. Right, so what were we doing? Getting distracted. So we've posted that in, haven't we? Yes, so we need to structure trigger. So we've got this structure outpost 2 trigger that I need to make. So I'll copy that. We'll put that into the subtype ID. Oh no, hang on. Wrong one. I've not set that up properly yet. That needs to be structure defense station 1 trigger. There we go. I'll copy that. That gets to the subtype ID for that. And then this is going to do this action here. So what we'll do is we will just make a new action as well. So we'll call it Def Station 01 Spawn Tank. And then down here is the action, which is Def Station 01 Spawn Tank. And then that is going to spawn. That is gonna spawn the Huntsman, if I can even spell it properly. Huntsman, right. And then that we will add to our medium tank spawn group, which I have also not set up yet. Oh, actually we need to set up the spawner first. Yeah, spawner. Right, so we need to do another spawner. So we'll copy and paste all of this code. And, yep, up to there. Keep reaching for the wrong keyboard. Right, and in here is where we are going to create this. Right, so we have got structure spawner Huntsman, and then what the Huntsman is going to do is it is going to spawn the blueprint I've prepared earlier, which I need to go and grab the ID tag for from my prefabs folder. There we go, so I can now stick that in there, and that will spawn the huntsman. And then we need to set up the actual spawn groups for the ship. So I've already made a copy, which I put a plus in there, which is not a good idea to put random bits of strange stuff in codes, and it's just a copy and paste job of the smaller tanks one, so we need to change that subtype ID to the huntsman tank, and it's all set up already, so it shall spawn as a rival AI. And the only thing else we need to do is change that to that. And I am going to get rid... Oh wait, hang on. Think tank medium. What have I done down here? What's my think tank? Have I already set one up earlier? Oh, I think I might have already set one up earlier. Or half set one up. Oh, okay, right, yeah, I see what I did. I was messing around yesterday, and I need to get rid of that. Because I want to have one spawn file for the small tanks and one spawn file for the larger tanks. Otherwise it's going to get real confusing having loads of things in one big blob of text. Yeah, it looks like I did. Yeah. Right, let's get rid of all this then. We don't need all of this. We just need this for now, so... Huntsman, cool, right. Save all of this stuff. That's... Go, don't need that. Baby number one, That's fine. So, we'll save that. I haven't done anything to that, so that can stay. That is Defense Station 1, passive, that looks all right to me. Then we've got the structure triggers. So Outpost 1 spawns Outpost 1 tank, which does that, spawns a wolf. Outpost 2 tank spawns a recluse. Defense Station 1 trigger. Defense Station spawn tank. Defense Station spawn tank. Structure spawner huntsman. So that looks good. Then we've got our spawner list. So spawner wolf, spawner recluse, spawner huntsman does the tank. We will probably need to change all this settings because I've got a feeling he's going to spawn in the ground. But we'll check that in a minute. And that is the spawn group for our medium tank. Yeah, that all looks alright. And that's the spawn group for the little tanks. That all looks alright. Medium tanks, small tanks, everything is still an SBC file. Nothing is magically changed to a text file, which occasionally happens. Okay. Right, so we'll quickly save and we'll give it another reload. Hopefully my game and the internet won't crash again, and then we'll see if those changes work. Hasn't crashed my desktop yet, which is always a good sign. I've had a few of them while playing with this. Unloading world. Error. Ooh, that's a good sign. I've broken something with Space Engineers. Oh well. What have I done there? Oh well, I need to look at my code. What have I broken? Spawn groups is fine. Look of it. I've put an extra digit somewhere by mistake, haven't I? Probably. Oh, what did I break? What did I break? Bum 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 bum. Right, well, process of elimination. Let's take out that from the mod and launch it again and see if that's what broke things. And while we wait for Space Engineers to reboot, I'm going to keep looking at this code. What have I done? There we go. Right, let's reload that, see what we broke. Is it something in there, or is it something in one of the other files? Oh, something in one of the other files. Ugh, what have I broken? Let's take out everything to do with the medium tanks then. What have I screwed up? Let's load the game properly, eh? Hmm. All looks correct. Nope. Still crashing. Okay. Hmm. Is it because... Oh, go away. Let's take that out of there. Oh, that won't make a difference because that's not in there right now. What have I broken? What have I broken now? Interesting. Oh dear. What did I do to you? Right, we'll take that out and reboot it then. It's got to be one of these files. Oh, load the game again. Oh, you're going to crash again? Yep, and it crashed again. What have I done? Oh, smeg. Outposts. What have I broken here? Oh, damn it, it was all working before. Right, so... Is it one of these that's doing it? Behaviors. Triggers. Station 1, destination 1, destination 1. Hmm. All sorts of things going wrong here. Maybe it's not a good idea to try and do coding on stream when it breaks your game. Oh well. Right, maybe We should separate out these behaviors. Defense station. Let's make a copy of that, and then get rid of this defense station behavior. Let's try and separate things out into the two separate groups. Because adding that defense station in is what's broken everything. Or trying to get it to spawn stuff is what seems to have broken everything. Right, so let's just have that. Lame. Don't know enough about coding yet. We'll make a copy of that. And paste it there. Nope. And get rid of that. Let's take out the stuff for the defense station. So that was causing problems. Hang on. I think I see what I've just figured out what I've broken. Yeah. I haven't ended that line. Yeah, I haven't ended that line. I think that's why it was breaking. I messed something up when I copied and pasted. Yeah, that's why, because there was a bloody line break there instead of there. Which is why I got confused. Cut and paste the wrong thing. Okay, that might actually work. Right, I'm just going to whatever. I'm going to restart that. Hopefully, with that working. Let's try that again. The problem with coding, it all looks like jargon, and a few missing digits can be the difference between life and death, or working and not working. Try this again. There we go. Right, continue. Use load properly this time. Yeah, there we go, it's loading properly. It wasn't getting past 20% before. Right, hopefully that loads properly and doesn't explode. Oh, the stream's been fraught with technical issues. There we go. Right, we're back in the game. Okay, sound. I think that's what we broke. Right, okay, if that's what we broke, let's try and put the new stuff back in. Let's just close all these windows because it's going to get real confusing in a second. So we'll put that there. That's the defense stations. That's not missing any lines of text. That's our medium tank that we've set up so far. That's not missing any lines, I don't think. And then we set up the behaviours. Yeah, right, okay. I'm gonna actually rename that file behavior outposts. Because then I can. Where's that other one? Next, we've got that one, we've got that one, and that one. Yeah, that one. Can just be the behavior. Yeah, so that can be the behavior for the defense station. So I'm going to close that one up. Drag it into that folder so it's a bit easier to see what we're doing. Def stations. Yeah, cool. Right. So that's outposts, that's defense stations. That's going to trigger defense station trigger. And the triggers we had. Yeah, you see, this is why I want to separate them. This is going to start getting real clustered as I have more buildings. So we will make this one. Trigger outposts. We will take that out. So this can just be for the outpost to spawn tanks. Yeah, I think that's about right. Copy and paste that. That reads triggers def stations. Open that up. And hopefully we can replace fine. We'll just do it again from scratch then. We have it on that one. We had it on that one. There we go. What's all of that? No, don't save. Rid of all of that. Paste that in there. And then that's the trigger for that. That spawns that. That should spawn that. Save that. And then we've got our spawner. So I think I want to split this as well, because I do want to make more small tanks. So yeah. We will have spawner small tanks. Copy, paste. Spawner medium tanks. I'm just going to close a bunch of these again. So, spawner small tanks, we will get rid of the huntsman. Hopefully, when we reload again, this will all work and I won't break anything again. And for medium tanks, we're going to get rid of everything except for the huntsman. Right. So, cool. Okay. Right, let's just double check some of that stuff. So we've got spawn group structures. That is going to spawn defense station 1. And then it's going to spawn with defense station behaviors. So defense station behaviors, def station 1 behavior, def station 1 behavior, and then that is going to trigger defense station triggers, which is that structure def station 1 trigger matches that. And that is going to do spawn tank, just def station spawn tank, which will spawn the huntsman. And then we've got the spawner for the huntsman, which should do that. Right. Okay. Fingers crossed. We will give this a reload. Hopefully it doesn't break the game again. Fingers crossed. If it gets past 20%, we know it's going to work. Oh, hey, Mr. Tachi. You are from Russia. You really like my videos and watch them all the time. Good luck and good health. Thank you very much, dude. Cheers for that. We're going to get past 20. We've got to 20. Yay! Yay, the mod seems to be working. Okay. Nothing's gone catastrophically wrong with it. Cool. Right. Let's get rid of that page. Right, so /MES. Yeah, it's eligible spawn something or others. We will copy that to there. And we have got Defence Station 1, Outpost 1 and Outpost 2. Cool, right. Everything looks like it's kind of working. So, let's not do that one. We need to do MES spawn planetary installation. Dot, not slash. Let's spawn a bunch of them, see what we've got. Outpost, outpost, outpost. Outpost. It's not giving me any defense stations. Oh, there we go. Right, where is that? Where am I? I want to see how it spawned it properly. Where is it? It's in that general direction, I think. Yeah, there it is. Defense Station 4. Defense Station 1. What am I talking about? Right, I don't want to get much closer because it triggers stuff at 3 kilometers. So let's get in a reasonable position here and see what happens when we get closer than 3 kilometers. We know it works now, so we just need to find out. Oh. Yeah, it's spawning it too low. I thought that would happen. Yeah, it's spawning with its feet in the ground. Oh, and I'm getting shot. Hello. Right. Okay, we need to make that bigger mech spawn slightly higher. And that's the one over here, isn't it? Yeah, we'll get rid of that. In fact, actually, I don't really need to do that. Realistically. We just need to go back to the code to... Which one was it? It's the spawner. Right, so we need to adjust the altitude settings. So it looked like the feet were just clipping into the ground, so I'm gonna go with... We'll go with a minimum of 10, maximum of 11 now. See how well that works. Reload. Don't crash. Don't break. Please. My neck's getting a bit nippy in here. I need to get a faster computer. These load times are tedious. Hey, Quetz. How you doing, man? Yeah, I'm making giant enemy spider mod. I do want to make some smaller ones as well, actually. But we're still in the testing phase at the minute while I get my head around how the MES mod works properly, but the results have not been too bad so far. So we are back in the game. Let's spawn some stuff. Defense Station 1, 3 kilometers that way, perfect. Get up there. Where am I? I'm there. That's me. Looking at that one. Right. Sit there. we will fly towards it and see what happens. Get within 3 kilometers. There we go. That's now spawned. Whether I remember to leave its AI switched on is a different matter. We might have to remake the blueprint. He's not twigged the time here yet. The guns have clicked on, but the mech hasn't started moving. Why you no walkie? Ow. Guns have kicked in. Why's your walk cycle not kicked in? I cut and paste you and move you out of the way. Right, everybody shush. I forgot to activate your AI, didn't I? Yes, I did. I forgot to activate your movement AI. In the blueprint. That's why. Okay. Right. We absolutely need to go back to the drawing board. Well, we need to go back to the little outpost. Delete all these enemy ones. That's my one. That's enemy spawn. That's... Oh, why does it always bring me in upside down? Right, okay. I forgot to turn on your AI, didn't I? Silly me. Right. Oh, and I've run out of power again. So, oh yeah, let's also get rid of that so you don't all have to stare at some code. Keep forgetting to bring that down. Well, it looked like that mech spawned better. He didn't crash into the floor. Oh, hey, Kenneth Holland. What happened with the series? Nothing's happened with the series. I'm just a bit busier in my personal life at the minute, and don't have the time to do an episode a week at the moment. Also, trying to do and edit an episode a week is a little bit much when you're doing it all by yourself. So Mechyard's going to be like an every 2-week kind of thing now, but I'm going to do more streaming in the meantime. Because my internet is better than it was, and I say that even though it completely crashed earlier on in the stream and smacked everything up. Right, so Huntsman, you need your movement AI turning on, because otherwise nothing will work. That's why you didn't move. Silly me. Right, so let's blueprint him again. And then we need to make a copy of him. And then we need to hit F11 and export him to clipboard. And then I've got some folders set up. And because of the way I've named him, I don't have to screw around with anything. I can just take that file I've just exported and dump it straight into the mod, and then we can hit save And we can reload once again for the millionth time. And we can minimize that because I don't need to see that. Cool. What's that quite? Almost reminds you of the Terminator. Terminator's more bipedal. I've been thinking of if I can get this mod working though the way I want it to, I've been thinking of doing another one in a similar vein with biped mechs. This one I want to be pretty much exclusively multi-ped oriented, just because I have a bit of a thing for spider mechs. Cool, right, back in the game again. So, let's spawn a bunch more stuff. Have we got a defense station? Yes, we have. One's right there. Let's fly over there. Yeah, it's not spawning too badly now. I'm quite happy with the height that it lands. Where am I? I'm somewhere over there. Let's fly forwards and see what happens. 3 kilometers. It should kick in. Oh! And we've spawned in the building. Yeah, we need to increase the spawn range. Okay. Because he is considerably larger, so... Oh, and the building's bigger as well, which means there's a greater distance from the thing. So, if we go back to the code, we will set the minimum distance. Let's call that 50 meters. We'll call that 60 meters. And we'll save that. And we'll reload again. I'm just going to go get a jumper while that's loading, so I'm a bit cold. I'm back, and we're back in the game. Fantastic. Right, let's try it again. For the millionth time. What have we got there? Outpost Defense Station number 1. Fly up high. There we go. Go. That'll do. Let's fly towards it. Let's also get rid of that so you don't have to stare at that. Oh, there we go. Right, that was much nicer. Don't think it spawned in the floor. I think it actually dropped onto the ground that time. Right, let's get a little bit closer. Your AI going to kick in. Oh, there we go. There we go. He's alive and kicking now. Fantastic. He is now tracking me and coming to murder me. Where am I? I'm all the way up here. Yeah, there we go. That's the huntsman in action. Oh, and he's firing. Nice. Yes. Boom. Right in the face. I'm going to leave damage off for now while we do the testing. Okay. That spawns pretty nicely. He seems to work. You can go away. Did we have another one? Ah, another huntsman over there. How well have you spawned? I didn't get to see you in action. But oh, he's actually made his way away from there. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Okay, looks like he's spawned properly as well. And the base is working fine. Cool. Right. Let me try and spawn another one. Because I want to actually get a better look at the way that the way that the mech lands and the way the mech appears. I want to make sure it's not actually getting too close to the ground when it spawns. So, where were we? We were looking at that one. I lined up with that nicely. Yeah, that'll do. Alright, let's fly towards that. See what happens when we get to 3 kilometers. No, spawned around the back, that's helpful. But we appear to have spawned above ground. And he'll just do weird stuff until I get close enough for him to lock on to me. Oh, hey Chad. First there were murder hornets, now there are murder spiders. Yeah. I like murder spiders. I'm a big fan of spiders. Particularly the robot variety. Oh, there you go, and then his AI locks on, and he turns around and starts coming for me. Right, is your warp sensor control collision thing working? Yes, it is. You're not crashing into the building. That's good. But you've still got enough control to turn around and attack me. Although your walk cycle hasn't kicked back in again. Why not? Why are you not trying to walk towards me? You should be. Your air thrusters are on. Oh, just the AI being stupid. Okay. Okay. Right. Well, just to be on the safe side, I think I'm going to get it to spawn a little bit higher up. Just because he seems like he was landing just that little bit too close to the ground, where his wheels might clip into the floor in certain circumstances. Oop. Oh yeah, and I also set up the wolves with the wolf and the recluse with broadcast controllers, so that they can send signals to let you know when they've detected things. Just so you could be idly wandering around and you'll get little messages like that popping up on screen where it says enemy detected, weapons online, things like that. Scary robot spider. Right. Okay, I think that is working fairly well. I'm pretty satisfied with it. So that's... Oh, let's delete all of these random ones that we don't need. Oh, it just spawned outposts, didn't it? Yeah, it just spawned loads of outposts. Get rid of that. That's my base. That's not my base. Oh, that's one that I've gotten close enough to spawn a spider. I haven't quite been able to figure out a way of getting them to patrol around the buildings that they spawn at. Because annoyingly, the AI... Basically, any of the AI blocks that track waypoints or relative waypoints default to nothing when they get spawned in, either as a blueprint or by this mod. So I've not been able to figure out how to get them to, like, patrol around the building. The best way I've been able to do is to get them to spawn stationary, and then when you, as a player, get close enough, they kick into life. But that's just how it's going to work for the moment, until I can maybe figure that out. Where's that appeared from? I've gone nowhere near space yet. Okay, whatever. Right, okay. So, I've done a fair bit of that now. So, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to go for a quick bathroom break and to grab a fresh cup of tea. And when I come back, we will make a variant of this dude with some different weapons and a different colour scheme. And in the meantime, you can enjoy that robot walking around and following me for a little bit. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, so don't go anywhere. See you in a second. Right, I'm back. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear, did we go off a cliff? While I wasn't looking. It's a good thing I left damage off, isn't it? Oh, we did. That must have been exciting for everybody to see. Why is that stupid thing not coming down? Oh yeah, it has done. It's fine. Yeah, right, so, where the hell were we? Right, is that code still there? That's all good. Where was my base? Bum 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 bum. Let's teleport back over here. Let's put him back down there, where he's safe. There we go. And let's spawn myself back in. Right, you can get turned off. So, let's make... In fact, I can get rid of you. You're done with. You're just extra PCU that I don't need to have to deal with. Let's make a variant of this thing. Now, I have been naming all of this stuff after spiders, because I have a bit of a thing for spiders. Oh, bloody new laptop stuff. Go away. Stop it. I've got it, Google. I know. I've used it before. Right. Need to decide on a colour scheme, really, and I think find a spider that matches it. We got a grey one, we got that one, we got that one, we got that one. What's a... Have you got any purple spider species? Purple's a good colour. Anyone knows of any decent... Yeah, I came back right back at the perfect moment. Hey someone, how you doing? What's that, Chad? Could I do something like making part of the building something like 4 beacons buried underground that the spiders can use instead of waypoints? The problem, that's the exact problem with that, Chad, is that I have tried that. You can set up one of these grids or anything with a AI block that follows a beacon, but as soon as you spawn it in, you need to physically set which beacon it is looking for in the AI block. I can't figure out how to get the game to do that for me, so as soon as you do spawn it in, what it tends to do is goes and wanders off to whatever the default location was the first time it tried to track a waypoint, and it'll just wander off somewhere random. Like I said, I've literally tried that exact thing, and it hasn't quite worked out properly. I'm sure there's a way of doing it somehow, though. But what's that? Grey, blue with orange highlights. Possibly. Like I said, I have mostly just been coming up with a colour scheme and then having a look at spiders that kind of fit. So what are you saying? Grey, blue. Let's see if Google gives me any good hits on grey, blue spiders. Ooh, there we go. What have we got? A jumping spider. That's a little bit too small. I want it to be named after something a little bit bigger. And preferably something that's got a cool name that I can shorten it down to. No, I've already got a wolf spider. Bum 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 bum. Cobalt blue tarantula. Does it have a proper name though? Bum bum bum. No, I've already got huntsman as well. The peacock, that's a tiny little jumping spider, that's no good. In fact, yeah, go on. Oh, I need to set up this mouse properly. Cobalt blue tarantula. Yeah, I'll go with that. Cobalt blue tarantula. That looks pretty good. So we can just name it Cobalt. Let's have a look at it. Its markings. It has got a big dark grey black body and then some pretty blue legs. Yeah, go on. We'll go with that. So, what weapons do I want this one? First things first, I want to... Oh, look, we've already got blue selected, just by sheer chance. So, first thing I usually do when making variants of stuff is swap between different kinds of primary weapons. So the other one has got Gatlings, so we'll give this one some autocannons. We've got a bit of a variety. I'm going to need to pop camera back on the top of both of them. Oh, then we're going to have to go through it and rename a bunch of stuff. I'm not going to rename the groups, I can't be bothered with that, that's too much effort. These things aren't actually designed to ever be connected to the same grid, so that's not really going to be an issue. Oh, someone just ran out of power. That could be camera arm, that could be camera arm, right. Yeah, because I've also set all these mechs up. They run on a main battery, but they've also got an event controller in them that will trigger and activate a hydrogen engine that is built inside them as well. So they all have a bit of backup power. This dude has completely run out though. And that dude's probably going to run out as well. We've still got power. What did I hear depowering? Anyway. Yeah, I've already got a huntsman, Marcus. Sorry, I didn't see all your messages there. The little brown one is a huntsman. Oh no, the huntsman, sorry, is this big grey one. He's already called that. Tarantula, Benatula, colours yellow and black. Yellow and black. Interesting colour scheme. Yeah, so we've got the two camera arms. Right, so what do we want to do with the weapons? I do, for a start, need to get in there, because when I was doing some testing, it's probably still... Oh no. Is it not filled with any Gatling ammo? Oh, good. Thank you. Thank God for that. Right, so I don't have to screw around trying to empty the damn thing. Stick that there. Stick that on there again. Yeah, good, they're not filled with anything either. Right, so, alternate weapon. Now, I could put railguns on it, but that feels like a bit much. I want to put railguns on something a little more higher tier. And a little bit bigger, so... For this one, I might get rid of the assault rifle, assault cannons, because I'm going to go anyway. Oh yeah, I was thinking of putting my small ammunition mod that I'm working on at the moment into this game, if I haven't already done that. Probably haven't. So I might actually stick a bunch of rocket launchers on the side of this guy. Don't need those little ammo pods anymore. Later. Right. Now, choices between weapons. We can either go for the vanilla route and just have single launchers, which won't have much ammunition in them, or we can go for the modded route and stick some of these on the side and have a little bit of ammunition storage as well. What's oh, sorry, someone didn't see that. Poecilotheria metallica. I did see that one actually when I was googling. I think I'm going to go with cobalt tarantula just because it's easier to shorten. So yeah, I think I might go that route because there's going to need to be some other mods in this scenario anyway. The whole scenario is going to be a mod, so I may as well include some of my own. Ooh, how we do is... Like one of them. On the side. I don't want to bring it in any closer because it might start getting a little bit clangy. A bit clippy. That's the wrong button. Right. What am I looking for? I'm looking for my guns. There they are. So, that's the front. Be like that. Then we would need a little bit of ammo storage somewhere. We don't want to stick a giant 3x3 container on the side. That's just a pain in the arse. Are there any easy adaptations we can make? Because I can, even though I'm going to use the small ammo mod, I could stick small containers in, but they can only get about 2 or 3 missiles in them. Then again, the mod is going to spawn it full of stuff anyway. Maybe we'll stick 2 on either side, so we can store a bit more, have a bit more firepower, be a little bit more devastating. Yeah, we'll just do that. I'll just do that, and then we'll give it a bit of a test and see what it looks like. And how it is going to respond in combat. Right, cool. Let's pretty this up and make it not look crap. What can we do with our armor blocks? We could do what? Rule of Kiss. Keep it simple, and we can greeble it down from there. So that looks a bit boring. Let's do that and that either side. Let's actually replace those cubes with that. Wedge piece. Stick one of them either side. That can come out and we can replace it with that. That looks a bit nicer. What else could we do? Ooh, we could actually extend that outer block. Do something like that. Missing a piece there. Then we're probably not going to need all of this. Put that back a little bit. I'll have some armour up the side of that for now. While we figure out some more shapes. Ooh, no. Take that off, put that in. We got down here. That shape's never going to work. Not with that design. Ooh. Let's have a bit of a lip there. Yeah, actually. In fact, let's... Oh, hey, Great Noel. How are you doing? I'm sorry I didn't see those messages. Isn't there a reason why the conveyor ports for missile launch are big? Because the rockets? Yeah, there's a couple of components and ammunition types that are large grid only or 3x3 grid only. Missile, rockets, artillery shells, metal grids, a few things. That whole system is kind of frustrating and arbitrary a lot of the time. And really winds me up, because it literally means you can't have a welder smaller than the 3x3 grid ones that we've got, and that's ridiculous. I have done welding, I have worked with welders, I have never seen a welder that was 14 foot across. Even the big industrial robotic ones aren't that size, they just have a bigger arm with more welding units on it. Yeah, so yeah, the whole grid size with components thing kind of gets on my nerves a little bit, because it doesn't make a lot of sense, particularly when you do things like where are they? Assault cannon shells. These are small grid. That's the wrong button. These are large grid. There's about 6 inches difference. They won't fit through a small conveyor, but they will. It's stupid. But anyway, that's why I'm working on a mod to get around that. There are other mods that do it, but they're usually integrated into other weapon mods, and I'm just trying to make one that's standalone. What's that, Great Noel? You're a bit tired. How are you doing? I'm fine. I'm good. I'm just trying to work out how to get MES to work, and it's been mostly successful so far. We had a bit of an issue earlier where it kept crashing the game because I'd accidentally deleted 2 small lines of code. But we figured it out in the end, and it was all good eventually. Ooh, I quite like that. Let's cut that out. Then we can pop that in. We can't really mirror it properly on the other side without exposing that backing tube, can we? No, we can't. Let's just keep it simple then. Let's do that. But that turns into that angle. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway because we're going a block lower. So for under here, I don't want to go too low. We'll probably just use half blocks. I don't want these things to be completely invincible, so I am trying to actually figure out ways I can put design flaws into them that can be exploited by players, so that once they know how best to approach them, they can take them out a little bit easier. It's why they've all got most of their power stuff in a big pod on the back. Like, if you can take out this pod here, you will destroy most of its power source. Not all of them have batteries in the back, some of it's just power storage stuff. This guy has got 2 batteries inside him in the center, so you'd have to do a bit more work to take his power out. But the smaller ones, the Wolf and the Recluse that I've been working on, they have both got, I think they have? Yeah, they've both got the battery packs actually in the back. So if you could take out that pod in one hit, you'd be able to depower the whole thing pretty much. Oh hey Argath, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the stream. I'm playing around with your neck of the woods sort of thing, actually. I'm creating drones for spawning into the game. And it's going pretty well so far, other than the slight technical issues I've had with my internet. What's that, Chad? The inability to be passed through a small conveyor port would make sense for turning corners. Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. Like, the whole small grid, large grid thing does make sense. Just... sometimes I want to put rocket launchers on something small grid. And I want it to be able to have more than 4 or 5 rounds. But that's what the mods are for. Right, so... yeah, I'm kind of happy with the front of that for now. The back of it, ew, the back of it looks not great. Let's take that out. Let's use some shapes like that. Yeah, that blends nicely. Someone, oh, Paragraph, what are you saying? Doing pretty good, was doing some building myself, pretty tired now. Thinking of doing some VR mech gaming. Ooh, that sounds interesting. What games are VR, and what mech games are VR fun? Someone, last I checked, spiders can't live without their abdomen, so yeah, it's pretty accurate. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm a big fan of spiders, so I like to try and get a bit of accuracy in there to at least do them some justice. I know a lot of people aren't fond of spiders, but as I've mentioned before, I'm a bit of a goth and I love them. That's the wrong shape. Have we got a shape that's going to get me in there? Would do. There it is. I knew one of those interesting new transition blocks would get me into that gap. And I think one might get me out of this one. Yeah. Something like that. And then we could have... oh, you're not a big fan of spiders, great and all. Ah, well. I suppose it depends where you live. Or what your personal preferences are. In the UK, we don't really have many kinds of spiders that pose much of a threat to people, so they're not really as scary here, but in other places, like Australia or South America, they are quite the problem in some cases. Yeah, and then you can just have a huge, big, ridiculous rocket pod thing on his back. Yeah, I like that. Right. That was the wrong button. So, we've got camera. We need to put some lights back on him. Need to delete that stuff. Right, lights, 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 lights. Spotlights. It annoys me that that's not a connection point. That's always a bit frustrating. Oh, I might just do 2 on him and fill that gap in like that. Let's take a different colour though. Yeah, they're all painted right, so if we do that and that, like that either side, then we got these lovely little beam block tips. Because stuff can actually pass through that gap, which I quite like. Let's flip that way around, and I also need to adjust this bit here. What do we do with that? We can use another one of the funky little transitions. Oh, the game is lagging as it's auto-saving usually. Right. Okay, so let's copy the details from these spotlights over here. That can be number 1, that can be number 2. That can be R01. And that can be R02. Groovy. Right, so let's get him programmed. I need to recharge again. Is my preferred method for creative building, is doing it in survival mode with creative tools on. Because you get a better sense of how stuff is going to function in a real game. I find that building stuff in creative mode gives you a false sense of its power and fuel and ammo consumption and stuff, and I often find that when I do stuff in creative and then paste it into a survival game, nothing quite works properly. It's always underpowered, or doesn't have enough ammunition, or I find there's conveyor ports I've missed which didn't matter in creative mode. So I always do it this way around, which means I occasionally need to go and recharge, like in a survival game. Right, so you've got your AI switched on. Let's turn that off. There we go. Right, I'm in control of him, so we are going to call him the Cobalt Think Tank. I am not going to rename the groups because there's too bloody many of them. I can't be bothered. That's just too much effort to reprogram all of that. So we'll just rename the bits we'll actually see. And we'll call it CBT, short for Cobalt, now. Also Cannon L01. Do the same over here. And then they get to be a group we'll probably end up using later anyway. We also, where is it? Arm hinges, arm weapons, it's not armed. Oh, it is arms. Arm weapons. We need to add those auto cannons into that group. There's also some cameras that we rebuilt. There they are. We need to add those into that group as well. Arm weapons. Cameras, arms. Right. That will turn all of that stuff on when the turret controllers activate. Oh, more messages. Hello, Radiation. How are you doing? Someone never thought you'd hear this man say he's a goth. Oh, I'm a huge goth, mate. I'm very much into my industrial goth stuff. Yeah, there's a reason I'm called Dread Mechanic. It's a double entendre of sorts. What are these other messages we're seeing? Oh yeah, hey Radiation. Great Noel used to be terrified, and then 2 years working pest control and having to deal with brown recluse-infested houses and businesses got you over it a bit. That certainly would do. Looks like more like a crab with headlights. Yeah, he does look a bit crabbish. I intend to make some more deliberately crabby looking things. What's that, Chad? Thanks to some horror flicks that came out back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, there are a lot of people that dislike spider, snakes, sharks, blobs. You see, I saw all of those 80s and 90s remakes of classic horror films, and it just made me like that stuff more. Because I'm a big horror fan. I love Cronenberg films, they're so good. Aragath. Iron Rebellion, early access VR game. Visually it's okay, but mechanically quite addictive. Ah! Sounds interesting. I've not really ever had the money to particularly invest in VR, so I've not really done much, but a VR mech game does sound pretty good. Oh, you know what? I can actually just rename all of that stuff later. We don't need to do it right now. What we do need to do is set up these rocket launchers. What's that, Aragath? Did I check out the derpy spider that I sent? Yeah, I did. I did actually. It's quite cool. I suppose it's a little bit old-fashioned for what you can do with Space Engineers now, with all the additions you guys have made to the game. But no, it wasn't bad. I mean, the first mech I ever made could not even walk properly. I couldn't figure out how to get timers to do what I wanted them to do. My first mechs literally just looked interesting and skimmed around the place. Radiation, what's that? You're fine, thank you. How are you? Like the crab idea too? I'm good, man. I'm just, like I said, I'm just building this, this MES mod. Let's get these rocket launchers named. I keep reaching for the wrong keyboard. Rocket launcher L01. Rocket launcher R01. We'll copy all of that. That's gonna be L02, and that is going to be R02 by process of elimination. Cool, right, so we will make a group for that, just in case I need to do something with them. And there should be a turret weapons group, there it is. So we can add them into the turret weapons. And there are some other spotlights. Where are those spotlights? Have I hidden them in the dashboard? Probably. Where the heck are they? Turret spotlights. I don't know. Oh, turret lights, that's what I called them. Turret, in fact, should be there. Turret weapons, they can be added into that group. Because these are all set up to have a single switch that turns all the weapons on and off. A bit hard to see in this light level, but it's turning all those lights on and off. That's working fine. In fact, turn that on. The rockets would be turned on. Yep, cool. And we turn that light off again. The rockets have all turned off again. Sweet. Fantastic. So that works. What else do we need to do? We need to rebuild the control units for the turrets. So, the left arm needs its camera back, and it needs its autocannon. The right arm shoulder only needs a camera, because if I give it control of the gun as well, they will both fight over shooting at stuff, and I find it's much easier when you want to chain turret controllers together to just have one in control of the gun, and then all the others just control the camera. And that way, all the others kind of assist the one with the gun to keep track of their target. Kind of works as a sort of rough aim assist, I find. So that can have that, that can have that can just have the camera. The turret just needs the rocket launchers. There's no point in shooting rockets with all the rockets, there's no point trying to shoot meteors with rockets. Not that meteors will appear in this game particularly often. That's set to target the correct things, that's set to target the correct things. I think that is all the actual physical edits I needed to make to this thing. You can still walk. I've not broken any of his walk controls. That's all fine. I need to remember to turn his AI back on again before we blueprint him. Well, that's fine. Oh, yes. Let's change some of these controls here. That's why I made those groups. That's the wrong thing. That wants to go there. That wants to go there. Because then I can turn that on. I can control that. And if we go into spectator mode, we can just check to make sure it's not going to clang out on itself. Yeah, we'll strike that. That's a bit of an issue. We can just move those spotlights. Oh. You know what? Actually, what we might do is change the turret's limit settings when it activates again. Oh, messages, let's see. Imagine if the enemy is like above the targeting range and it starts flying. I'm planning to make some flying stuff. What kind of purpose will this mech serve radiation? This mech is going to be an enemy encounter. This is going to be something that players will find out in the field and then have to try and fight. Much like the drone attacks that come with say Splitsy's assertive acquisitions mod, or any of the other MES mods that spawn things to fight. This one was just mech themed instead. Right, so what did I need to do? Oh yeah, right, turret controls. Turret has 2 R's. So when the thing is visible, when the turret controls turn on, one of the things that it does is set rotor limits, and unfortunately we can't see those limits. But I know what it was set to last time, because the other one is set to spin 180 full 360. This one I am going to change those so it can only turn, say, 45 degrees either side for now. We'll test it at that anyway. It works pretty smooth, radiation. Yeah, cheers, it does. That's just from a lot of tweaking and a lot of maths trying to work out how to get everything to move properly. For its rotor, we are going to change those. So we are... It's a nice bit of variance compared to vanilla stuff. Yeah, well that's it. Like, all the other MES mods that I've seen and played with myself, they all just spawn, like, flying drones or the occasional building or vehicle. And I wanted to make one that does something a little bit more alive. So we will set the lower limit to, say, -45 for now, and we'll set the upper limit to 45. is when we turn this off, it has some rotate to angle actions that reset the missile launcher, or rocket launcher rather, back to where it started. So if I put it on a weird angle, and then hit off, it rotates back to there, and now if I activate it again, it should activate with limits. There we go. Right. So there you go. This one will have a slight weakness in it, in that it can't shoot behind itself. I think that's a fair balance, because it's going to have a ridiculous amount of firepower with all of those rocket launchers. So, yeah, I think that'll do. Now we can pitch back. Yeah, that looks like it's fine. Let me turn that off, and that resets back to where it was. Groovy. Okay, right then. Colour scheme time. Where is it? I took it off the toolbar, didn't I? Colour replacer, there we go. One of my favourite little mods. This thing is so handy. We can just shove that on there. We can interact with it. We can set include subgrids. And then we've got these existing colour values. Yeah, current target. So that's the darker shade. We select that one. Going to target. There we go, that's the lighter shade. So I think if we take out a little bit of red and a little bit of green, give it more of a blue vibe, like so. And I think for now, I'm just going to keep the other colours the way it is. Don't want to change it too much. There we go. We now have a cobalt blue tarantula. I think that will do for now. We've got our grey huntsman here. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Right, let me just double check some things, and then we can... Right, so you're named correctly. I'll rename all this stuff later. It'll take me 10 minutes of flicking through each individual thing. Can't be bothered doing that right now. Let's take that off the back end. Don't want me to spawn with a reactor. I've probably done the same thing with that one, almost certainly. So, you know what? I'll make a new copy of him as well. Huntsman, let's just double check all of your things are on. All the things that need to be on are on. That was the wrong button. So, I'll do a blueprint of you. Then I will copy you and export you to my clipboard. And I will do the same with this guy over here. Or copy and make a blueprint of him, just in case. And then we'll make a copy of him and export him to my clipboard as well. Right, so now I need to hop back to my folders with all this stuff in it. I closed the box I didn't want to close. There we go. Right. So mods. On that one. Right, there we go. Right, prefabs. Back to think tanks. Let's get rid of that huntsman. Let's copy in the new one. Cool. That one seems to be doing what it's supposed to do. Right, and then we need to have a look at this code again. Right, so let's try and add this other station without smegging it up like we did last time. I'm going to put space there just so it's a bit easier to identify. So we need to take... I need to not click on that thing by mistake. There we go. We need to take all of this section here and paste it, because we need to set up defense station number 2. Everything should be exactly the same. We just need to change some 1s to some 2s. Yeah, that looks alright. Oh, sorry, Radiation, didn't see all those messages. It's nice of a bit of parent compared to vanilla stuff. I've said that one before. You have this evil idea if you put thrusters on the side so it can strafe super fast. I have considered trying to do stuff like that, but that would require a totally separate walk cycle. Building these walk cycles with the AI blocks, in my experience, they get a bit annoyed and a bit fussy when they can move in too many directions at once. And it affects their overall ability to move in the direction that you actually want them to, so it's why I usually only set them up with a single direction of travel, which is usually forwards being the most easiest. I think it's just a limitation of the AI blocks. Or maybe it's a limitation of my programming ability, I'm not sure yet, but we'll figure that out eventually. But yeah, I could set them up with strafe, but they would only have strafe. Unless I could figure out a different way for them to respond to stimuli. So we've got Defense Station 2. Defense Station 2. This is the behaviours for our defense stations. So we need to copy that. Let's copy it all the way to the beginning of the line. Copy that. Paste that. So then everything should be set up so that I can, like I said, just change a few numbers and it should all work fine, hopefully. So I'll save that. Triggers, defense stations. Right, so this is what's going to spawn the tank for us. So we'll copy all of that. We'll paste in a new version of this. So that is number 1. This is going to be number 2. So defense station trigger, defense station spawn, defense station spawn. And this is where we need to create a new spawner. So we're going to have Cobalt there. And then we've got structure spawners for our medium tanks. Cool, so then that's the one that does the huntsman. We'll copy all of that. We'll paste that. We'll make this into cobalt. Let me just double check I've got the correct blueprint ID. That's the one straight from the blueprint. We'll go right there. Spawn groups, cobalt. Oh yeah, and now I need to actually open up the spawn groups for the medium tanks, so we can make another medium tank. Spawn. Right, so we need to copy that. And paste that. So that's the one for the Huntsman. It's rival AI. It's pirate faction for now. Does that. Doesn't need any behavior because I'm using the AI blocks rather than scripted AI. Right, there we go. And that is where we need to put that blueprint ID. And there as well. Right, that can go away. So, we have hopefully set up another building. Set up the behavior for the building. Set up the trigger for the building, the spawner, and the actual thing it's going to spawn. So, just out of my own paranoia, I'm going to double check that I have saved all of these things. Cool. And we will save the game, and we will reload again. And I'm just going to nip to the toilet very quickly, and I'll be back probably before this finishes loading again. And I'm back. And I beat the loading screen. What a shock. Right, okay. Right, that loaded. It didn't crash. We didn't smeg up any lines of code. Spawn, 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 spawn. Let's see what happens there. Outpost, Defense Station 1. Defense Station 2, that's the one I want to test. There it is. Off on yonder hill. The building has spawned nicely. That looks good. Let's see what happens when we fly towards it. Right, I'm heading in the right direction. Let's go. We get within 3 kilometers, it should spawn in a giant mech, or one of the medium-sized mechs. I'm going to make some bigger ones. There we go. Oh, it spawned behind us. And it dropped in nicely. It has landed. Cool. Right. So, if I get closer to within like 2 kilometers or whatever the targeting distance is on the AI blocks. Oh, you tit, you forgot to turn its AI back on, didn't you? Yeah, I forgot to turn his AI back on. I knew I forgot to do something. Right, well, at least it spawns properly. Yeah, I'm a smaghead. I forgot to turn his AI back on before I made a blueprint. I knew I forgot something. That's my base. That's not my base. Let's get rid of that. That's not my base. Let's get rid of that. Defense station. No, that's not my base. That can go as well. Let's go back here, because I forgot to turn your AI back on. I'm just doing weird stuff. Yours is on, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is. Oh, but yours is not, is it? Cobalt. No, it's not, because I can control it. Idiot. Right. Right, blueprint that again. Just so we've got an up-to-date version, in case of any accidents. Then we can copy it again. We can export it back to the clipboard again. And then, because I've set up all the coding side of stuff, I don't need to do that again. I just need to delete the old blueprint from the mod. And drag and drop that one that we've just done there. Let's do a quick save and reload again. Right. Well, it seems to be going okay. Other than forgetting to turn blueprints back on again, or turn AI back on again. Not been too bad at all. Oh, there was also the game-breaking moment where we kept crashing the game, but we figured that out fairly quickly. And we haven't broken the game since, so cool. Right, we are back again. Spawn, 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 spawn. What have we got? Outpost, outpost. Defense Station 2. That's the one I want. I mean, I could just take the small buildings out of the mod, I suppose, while I'm trying to test this, but meh. Do it the slightly more difficult way. Right. Get a better view. I actually want to see it spawn this time. It keeps spawning out of my line of sight. Right. There we go. We get closer than 3. It should spawn in. There we go. There we go. He has spawned in. I get closer. There we go. His AI has kicked in, and he is coming after me. Fantastic. And then, because the MES mod can be set up to refill things. There we go. There goes the barrage of missiles I was expecting. Oh, he's horrible, isn't he? How many's he got? How long can he sustain those missiles for? Not long. Okay. I think that's fairly well balanced. If he had any more than that, he'd just completely shred you. So he can do a high amount of initial damage. Wait for those ones to go. There we go. Yeah, and then you've got this thing shooting at you. Ah, can't get me when I'm underneath you. Probably going to be your best tactic for fighting something this size, is getting directly underneath him. Then again, I might need to change his sensor settings so that he can't detect enemies, because otherwise he'll just stop as soon as you stand in front of him. Yeah, maybe we'll change that in the blueprint. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Right. He's spawning pretty nicely. That's not too bad. Let's get rid of that. Did we spawn anything else that we don't need? Yes, we did. Oh, moving too quick. Yeah, right. And then that last one over here. Right, okay. Those 4 buildings are spawning pretty nicely now. We've got 4 think tanks that they can spawn. Got ourselves back over here. Groovy. Right, so let's stick you there. And stick you over there. Your various respective buildings. So, question is, what do I want to do next? I do want to get a nice variety of stuff, but I want to get a few basic ideas in first. I'm thinking, actually, I might try and make something smaller than these guys, that's still capable of moving, but less of a threat. And a bit smaller scale, because these guys are actually... They don't look that big in first person, but when you're in third person, they're actually bloody huge. So maybe we could try building something a bit smaller. I get some colours that stand out a bit more, a little bit more obvious. One of them up there. Oop. Stick a bunch of batteries on it for now. Make it a little bit higher. So. Maybe we're done with these. Yeah, because that's about as small as I can get a leg set up for 6 legs. I need to have that 1 block gap for everything to move nicely. So I can't really make a 6-legger with a footprint much smaller than that. If I make the legs shorter, he's not too great at walking. I might try and make something with 4 legs then. Let's have a think about 4 legs. We don't want his footprint to be particularly big, so let's just do let's just do something like that. Yeah, okay. I've got a rough idea. Oh, of course the bloody paint tools decided to break. Thank you. That's the right colour. So we do that like that. Like that. I mean, possibly could actually. But then it'd have a really, really wide stance. Let's not do that. Let's do that. Yeah, okay. Let's go with that. We can have not that way round. Have it facing down. So I want it to be another sweeping leg design. Yeah, that spacing doesn't look too bad. Okay, so we've got capital letters in the wrong place. We've got leg rotor, front left, 0, 1. And we'll just set it with some basic stuff for now. Oh, hey Chad P. Longer legs, like Daddy Long Legs, or however you name them. A mental image of spider robots from Johnny Quest. Johnny Quest, that name rings a bell, but I cannot put a visual to it in my head. I'm sure it'll come to me eventually though, but I definitely remember that name. There was so many cartoons in the 90s, I can't remember them all. Right, so we'll do that, we'll do that, so it's got a bit of clearance from the body. Because we can potentially change this block. In fact, I will do that now. Oh, that's in the wrong place. Let's copy that there so we know which one we're going to back. Let's take that out, pop that into, where is it? That one, into there. Same on that side, that into there. Take them back out again. Because we only need the connection point there, we definitely need this space in here to make our life easier. So, what did we do with these legs? We did something like that. Now I want to try and make this guy a bit smaller. And I also, like I said, want him to be less threatening than the larger ones. So we'll make him a little bit weaker, because this dude has got heavy armor in various places all over him. Same with the bigger ones, they've got chunks of heavy armor around the joints and things, so they're a little bit more protected. And I actually tried fighting one of these by myself yesterday, and it was actually quite difficult, particularly with the standard rifle by yourself. Bit tricky. Might need to fight that with another robot. So I want to try and make something smaller that you can fight with the player hand weapons without getting completely destroyed in 2 seconds, which is what kept happening to me. Yeah, we'll go with that. And then we can then put a hinge on the end of that. What else have we got going on over here? How else have we done things? We don't have to do it exactly the same. We can do it differently. In fact, on the subject of making him slightly weaker and easier to defeat, I can actually intentionally make some of these connection points around the legs a little bit weaker. And then from there, yeah, I think I'm going to put that rotor back in, because that did actually seem to help with the clang on the legs. His hinges aren't a fan of being dragged left and right. They love going up and down, or forwards and backwards. They do not like going left and right. And the forces that sweeping leg designs put on hinges like this makes them a little bit clangy. I've noticed that putting a rotor in here kind of softens the blow of the forces that the hinges are taking, because they seem to transfer from the floor through the subgrids, and most of the brunt goes here, and rotors aren't nearly as clangy as hinges are. So we could have that like that, and then we could potentially just stick a left-hand one. There's the left-hand one. And potentially just stick one of them right on the end, like so. Yeah, because we could have an upper limit of, say, -25. Like that. That looks like a reasonable angle. And then we can have it lift to -45. So we reverse that. I might want it to go a bit higher, actually. -55. There you go. And then we can figure out all the speeds and stuff we need later. We'll stick shear inertia tensor on. We'll stick a bit of braking torque on. There you go, that's much more solid now. And then for this, we don't actually want it to turn, really. But we do want that shear inertia effect, and we do want to set the torque, just in case. There you go, that's nice and solid now. Doesn't look too bad. Yeah, okay. Then leg positions, leg positions, leg positions. What kind of angle could we go for with that? What's that, Chad? You'd like to see what design I'd come up with for making multi-segmented mech? I have attempted such things in the past with mixed results. I probably jumped in the deep end a little bit too quickly and tried to make the Strider from Armored Core 6. I've had mixed success with getting it to walk. I might try and make a smaller, like, a smaller mock-up version of it first, but it's something I've considered. And it's not completely out of the realms of possibility. It'll just be a bit of a balancing act. Right, so this leg rotor... we want it to go forward a bit. Let's have it go to... minus 45, and we'll set the upper limit to 0 for now. And we'll give it a bit of power. Yeah, because we can actually have that leg come back a bit further. How big's that compared to me? Not massive, but... I'm wondering, maybe because he's so small, the forces might not be as strong. I might be able to get away with not having that rotor in there. So I want to, like I said, I want to make this thing a little bit smaller, a little bit closer to player size. Yeah, we'll go with that. Right. Oh, in fact, not copying and pasting time yet. We need to set up these hinges properly. Or just this hinge. Leg. Hinge. Already got the word hinge. FL01. Front left 01. Leg rotor. Front left 01. Cool. Right, so... you are going to give me so much crap when I try and paste that on, so what I'm going to do is not hit the wrong button. I'm going to cut them off. I'm going to cut that off. Oop. I'm going to do a flip upside down. Just paste a bunch of these on. And adjust the rotors. And rename a few things. Because 45 degrees that way is way too much. So let's put that to positive 45 and bring that in a bit. We can't really go too far. Not going to go that far at all, really. So if I make that minus 10, and we have that go back to positive 10, so when we reverse it, we can get a bit closer. And again, I don't want it to get too close because you'll lose all this stability. We'll just do that for now. That's what, 40 plus that is... maybe we'll have that at 55. Yeah, we'll go 55 and 10 for now then, so... 55. That can go to the back. That can get renamed rear left. That can get renamed rear left. Then we can copy the front left onto the back right and rename it. Rename it properly. and we can copy the back left onto the front right. Cool. Nicely. Right, so something like that. Maybe I might even just build it with some fixed weapons that the actual AI blocks have to control, rather than giving it turrets, but we'll see when we get there. We need to actually get this thing moving and walking around first. Right, and in order to do all that, we need lovely logic blocks. So we need a timer in the middle. That is going to be walk, cycle. Right, he's quite small. So his legs are going to want to be probably quite quick. In fact, I want to try and see actually how compact I can make him. Let's try and just build him with armor plates, everything else other than these blocks here are going to be functional mostly. We'll secure them down with that, take that out, take that and that out. And dum. How should I do it? Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna redo this a little bit. Because I want to get to this block here. I want to take that out. Yeah, right. So yeah, I wanna very least I need to have event controllers at the front and back, and then I need the timer block in the middle, because off the... Oh no. I need... That's how I'm going to go a block higher. The whole reason I cut that out is because I want the rotor, this is going to control the walk cycle, under here, face down, because although the rotor itself, the body is only one block, it needs 2 blocks of space to function. So if I build it internally, it'll just create a gap. If I build it facing out in the armor, it acts as a weak point to shoot it from, or shoot at it, and it also keeps that rotor head end out of the way. So we can call that walk cycle rotor spell. That will basically be all default settings except for a little bit of braking torque. The limits can stay how they are. And we can have a timer there, which can be walk cycle. Yeah, I'm not going to get him as skinny as I'd like to, but yeah, so that can be walk cycle, that can be controller, walk cycle number 1, copy that, paste that, that can be number 2, I'm gonna have to squeeze in some stuff. trying to make him too damn small. Oh, I know where I can put that stuff. You know what? Let's do... Oh no, I can't put that there because I want to put guns there. What if we do something like that? Yeah, that's not too bad. You got that to do. Right, so we've got a walk cycle, we've got a walk cycle 2. We're going to probably need a walk cycle 3, because I think he's going to be quite quick on his feet. You know what, I won't worry about conveyor connections, because I'm not going to be using him to dock. The mod will spawn him with stuff, so that'll be fine. Right, okay, that can be walk cycle number 3, and then we'll have controller walk forward, left. Yeah, that's the right one. And then we'll have paste controller walk forward right. And then this gets to be walk return. So this is going to be the controller that brings our leg back down. And that gets to be right return. And then we also need some kind of lights to act as the switches. So, for the moment, might just stick a pair of them in the side like that. That gets to be walk light L01. And then that can just be a pretty cyan colour for now. Bring that down, bring that down, bring that down so it's slightly less offensive to the eyes. Copy all of that, paste that onto there. That can be the right hand light. Oh, that's worked out quite nicely actually, because then the last thing we need is a controller to activate the whole system. So controller walk. You know, it doesn't need to be labelled as forward because I'm not doing anything like that. It can just be control. And then we need some kind of sensible interface. In fact, that can go, that can go, that can go. That can go, that can go. Delete all the crap. There we go. Right, and I need a control seat on there somewhere. Have I got any on my toolbar? Yes, I have. Right. Groovy. Let's see what we're doing, what we're working with. So, legs. Legs are not all named properly. I've got 2 front lefts. Front right, rear left, rear right, front left, front right, blah blah blah. Suspensions, let's name them. Front right, 01. Front left, rear left, and rear right. That will make things a little bit easier in the long run. Right, all of that stuff is named appropriately, so if we go to our water controls, this stuff is so routine now. Oh, actually, no, there's a couple of other things we need to do first. We need to make some groups to make life easier for programming purposes, so we need a left and a right one, because the front left and front right legs are going to work in unison, I think. I can't remember. Oh no, they can't. They're not going to work like that, are they? Oh yeah, I can't do it like that. That worked for the six-leggers because the front and leg backs are identical. Smag it then. We won't make any groups. There's no point. It'll just complicate things. Right, so fine. Oh yeah. Scatterbrain. I forgot a thruster to test stuff with, so we will just slap a pair of them on the back. They can help push our mech along as well, because they've found the little ones struggle slightly. And then we'll have one on the front that will override everything, so that thrusters don't react to inertial dampening. So, walk, thruster, override. It only needs literally a little tiny bit in order to work properly. Oop, me slamming into that too hard. And then we'll have walk, thruster, control, left, and walk, thruster, control. Right. So, now we should have all the tools we need to build the walk controls. So, that one will be those two thrusters. Over something. Call it 20%. If you don't set it too low, it can be a bit flickery. Right, and then the basic bits we need is those two walk lights are going to turn on and off. Then the walk cycles are all going to look at the angle of this rotor. And because we've got 3 of them, what it's going to do is it's going to trigger that timer as this rotor spins. We want it to trigger equally across the full 360 degrees, so divided by 3 is 120. But the event controllers get a bit moody between positive 10 and minus 10 sometimes, so I offset it by 10. So we'll have 10, 130, and 250. And we don't want the custom data, and when this triggers, or when this event controller triggers, it's going to trigger that timer. And when that timer triggers, it's going to activate the lights. And when those lights activate, they are going to move the legs. Right, so what we need to do is these walk controls, these two controllers here, are going to move the legs forward and backward and lift them up. And these ones are going to make the legs drop back down again when they get to the end of their step animation. So the first one, or these two, will both be block switched on and off. I'll click the right one eventually. And these two will both be angle changed. We'll have to work out that angle in a bit. And this is what the walk lights are for. There we go. So, left is going to trigger the left controller. Right is going to trigger the right controller. And when the left one turns on, it is going to move this leg forwards into the position it's in now, which is minus. So, yeah, I'll test it out. We'll set it with -10, and then when the light turns off, it'll move the leg back to +10. So I'll do that. And 10 is way too slow. Let's change that. Let's make it quicker than that. Let's set it to... Let's double it. Let's go mad. Let's double it and make it 20. He's got little legs. He's going to need to move quicker. There you go. It's a bit better. Might even be able to get it quicker than that. So, the next thing we need to do is... I need to double check. Yeah. Yeah, minus values, lift it up. Positive, drop it down. That's the way I usually set it up. So, we go back into this walk controller forward. We go to the next page. We select our left leg hinge. Now the legs need to lift up quicker than they move forwards so that they can catch up. So I will make it retract at -25 and I'll make it come back down at 25. So we flick that on and off. It does that. 25 might even be a little bit too quick because these legs are travelling a bit further than the other designs. Anyway, right, so that's going to be there, and then the return controllers are going to look at the angle of those leg hinges. So that's highest point is -55. So we'll set it when it's lower than -54. In fact, you know what? We'll just do yeah, we'll do -54. And I'll stay like that for now. And when that gets to there, it will drop that leg back down again. So we'll set that to +25, and then when we flick this on and off, it will go back. Yeah, there we go. And it looks like 25 is actually too quick. Unless, of course, we just speed up the hip rotor, which is what I might actually do. I might make those legs move forward and backward quicker. So we do -25 for that. 25 for that. Flip that light on and off. There we go, that's much better. Almost perfectly in time. Right, fantastic. What we need to do now is sort out the other leg. So, we can either do this by doing opposite legs, or we can do the same side legs. It doesn't really make much of a difference. So for the sake of keeping it simple, I will just do both the left-hand side stuff in the left-hand side, but because the rotor is the other way around, I think I'm going to do the controls slightly backwards for them. So if we say that rotor is set velocity 25 and set velocity minus 25, flick that light on and off, that's the way we want it. But when the light turns off, we want it to lift up. Yeah, so we just do all the controls backwards to the way we did the front foot. So that will be set velocity 25 and set velocity minus 25, I think. Don't quote me on that. That's the one. Oh, yeah, it probably is going to make more sense to do the legs offset from each other right on the same sides, because they need different return controls and that's just going to get confusing. So we'll leave that like that. We'll actually swap this to be the rear right leg. I could just make the return controls. Meh, we'll do it this way. We'll do it this way, I like the challenge. Right, so I think then this will be the same as the front leg. So it'll be the opposite to the other back leg, which is, in theory, the same as the front leg. No, I've got that wrong. Yep, I've got that wrong. That one. 25 minus 25, because I want both of those legs to move in the same direction at the same time, and that's the one. Yeah, because they are both going to work in conjunction with each other. Right, sweet, that's the one. So, what control? Rear right hinge. Set velocity minus 25. Set velocity positive 25. In fact, let's put those warp lights on the toolbar, it'll make things a little bit easier. There we go, and then we can just add that leg to the return controller for this one. Leg hinge rear right. And then we can add in the rear right leg hinge into there. Set velocity 25 RPM. There we go. So that's the one half of the beginnings of the walk cycle setup. There's lots of different ways you can program them. It can get a bit confusing sometimes if you mix up the different routines. Back there, so walk right. We've set that up. Leg front right, so you set velocity 25 and minus 25. So when I turn that light off, you go back, and when I turn it on, you go forwards. That's the right way round. Fantastic. So then we do leg hinge front right, minus 25. And then positive 25. Ruby. Yeah, cool. Right, so then, rear left. This bit always confuses me. Do it minus for now. Probably got it the wrong way around. Oh no, I got it right first time. There we go. Cool, right, so then walk controls, dum-da-dum-da-dum. Yeah, it's that one. Minus 25. Plus 25. Yep, works. Return control. Oh yeah, I've not set it up for this side yet, so it'll be exactly the same as the other one, so it'll be less than 54 degrees. We will be looking at the front right and rear left hinges. And they will return at a velocity of 25 RPM. Or you would think. I put that in the wrong place. Velocity 25, there we go. Right. There we go, and then that can be the basis of his little walk cycle. Hopefully. That's just me flicking those two lights on and off. Now, if we've set up the walk rotor stuff correctly, I should just be able to flick this rotor on and off. That's not been set up correctly because I've not applied any velocity to it. We stick that on 20 or 30. Still not doing nothing. What have I missed? That's set up, that's set up. Oh, I didn't set up the rotor in there, obviously. Cycle rotor, and cycle rotor. Right, so now when I flick that on, it springs to life. And if I turn that rotor off, it stops. So now we can just adjust velocity of the rotor to find a nice speed with our leg design. You might even be able to go a little bit quicker. And the more of these event controllers you stick into this little system, the more precision you can get with this velocity tuning. But 41 looks alright for now. Yeah, cool. Right, we will turn that off. Right, he's only little, so he's not going to need a massive amount of gyro anyway. And I'm intending to put my small grid gyro mod into this game anyway. It makes them a little bit stronger. Means you don't need to try and squeeze as many into your mech designs. So we'll give him one gyroscope for the moment. Let's reposition the seat so it's a little bit more sensible to try and actually test with. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Where's my control seats? There they are. Stick that on. Ouch. Mag, we're also going to need a power source. I can go there for a moment. Figure out something more sensible in a little bit. We'll flick that on. And he is all over the place. We can fix that. I mean, he's just about moving, but he's kind of all over the place. What would probably help if the suspension was a little bit stronger. What's a 15? Doesn't need to be super strong. And if we reduce that friction a little bit, doesn't need any speed limit, doesn't actually need any power. Let's put another gyro on him, just for testing purposes. Override. Might actually end up having to make his walk animation a bit skinnier. Oh. Took the battery off. How much power will 4 little ones give me? 12 minutes, apparently. There you go, that override gyro's made it much more stable. Yeah, that's much better. Yeah. Okay. He seems to plod along quite nicely. Though I did hear a bit of clanging in those legs. I think those hinges are clanging, which is a bit annoying. In fact, no, I'm alright. Oh yeah, there's definitely some clanging in those hinges. Okay, maybe we will try popping that rotor back into each of these. Let's put that a little bit further back. A little bit more room to breathe. Because hinges notoriously don't like sideways forces. But I can... What can I do about that? Ooh, let's do... No, that doesn't quite fit. You know what, let's just do that. Let's just do that, and we can get a rotor on the bottom in the other space. The single one of them is probably going to be a little bit too weak. That's got, I mean, not much better. It's still only a single block of armour, but nevertheless. Right. So we put one of those on the end. And we'll call it foot rotor, so we don't confuse it with the leg rotors. Foot rotor, front left, 0-1. Give that a bit of torque. We'll give it zero limits so it can't flap about, and we will shorten it down a bit. And then we should just be able to... Is that the right thing? Front left 0, 1. Cool. Let me just do that. Pop that back on there. What's that? That's a random short wheel. That can go away. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. We'll see if that's slightly less clangy. Cool, and then we can copy all of these details, paste them onto here, rename them as we go. Said rename them as we go, thank you. Rear right. And then rear left. There we go. We'll take that off of there. Copy that. Dum to dum. Can I get to there without it being moody? There we go. And right and left. Ooh, look, they landed quite nicely, didn't they? That can go under there. That can go under there. That's basically the same as it was. Hopefully slightly less clangy. No, my luck, it won't make a difference this time. I might need to put a few batteries on, a few small batteries on this thing. It's going to be powered by a thruster. I don't want to use ions because I don't want to give people access to ion thrusters really early on in the game. Yeah, that's noticeably much less clangy. We're making the occasional noise, but not seeing all the sparks we had before. Yeah, that's much nicer. Oh, and he was doing nearly 4 meters a second just by himself. Cool. Right, I might see if I can make his walk cycle a little bit quicker. I also feel like he could step a little bit further as well. And again, actually, you know what, actually, no. We'll leave his limits the way they were, and we'll just focus on speeding up the walk cycle first. Otherwise it'll get too confusing too quickly. Okay, so what if we... Where's it gone? There it is. Oh, I wish I could see what all these things do. So that one we are going to do. Let's set it to 30 RPM. Let's make it quick. Let's see how quick we can get it before it explodes and tries to rip itself apart. So they can stay the same. They can get changed. I'm still struggling to remember which way around this wants to be. What are we on? Yeah, so it does want to be minus 25 when the light turns on. Minus 30. Set velocity 30. Oh, right, yeah. I get it. They want to be the same. Right, so lag rotor, that one wants to be not that one, front right, that's the one. 30 minus 30. And rear left. Light turns on. Minus. Yeah. Do set velocity minus 30 and increase velocity 30. Right. Walk cycle. Have we broken everything? Well, we broke one of the legs. Ugh. That one. Rear right leg. It's not on right now. So it's still the wrong way around. Rear right. There we go. So let's speed up that cycle a little bit. Make it 45. I think we might be able to get it a little bit quicker, maybe. Let's try and go quicker. Let's try and go quicker. We're on 30. Yeah, let's do a big jump. Let's do 40. There we go. If we do it like that, I can actually see it reacting in real time then. So what was that one? That was going to be 40? Yeah. Minus 40. Then we need to match those as well. So let's set that to minus 40 and 40. And we do the same for the rear. Right one, set velocity minus 40, set velocity 40. Yeah, cool. Right, we can do the same with this leg. Start with front right. So front right, you were going to be 40 and minus, weren't you? Yeah. That's the one. Set them to minus 40 and 40. And rear left. That's the one, minus 40 on that. 40 on that. And then rear left leg. Minus 40. Positive 40. Then we can speed that up some more, although we haven't got much more to go. There's still a slight delay in that step. Let's call it 55. Right, what if we crank it all the way to 60? Yeah, that doesn't look too bad actually. Well, let's stop that. One there. Oh no, we already put batteries on it, didn't we? I need to mess about with that. Let's leave him to it. How quick can he go on his own? Ooh! Ooh, he's getting up to 7 meters a second by himself. So he can walk faster than a player can run at standard pace. So he can easily catch up with you if you're just running. So you would have to sprint to get away from him. Otherwise he's coming right for you real quick. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's quite nippy for a little drone like that. And I've not even got his thrusters turned on to give him a push. So that's really good sign. That's fantastic. Background music. Do you mean with my streams in general, or with the game? Like, in-game music? Because there is background music in the game, I've just got it quite quiet. I should probably turn it up a little bit. That's the wrong one. But, don't know. Might try and put music in it. I do quite music of my own. Oh, my streams. I could do, potentially. I just need a source of music that's not going to get me copyright strikes. Because unfortunately some of the in-game music in space engineers can get you copyright strikes on YouTube, I've discovered. Which is not fun. Okay, so he walks. I'm quite happy with that. Now, I do want him to have the ability for his legs to reset. And not just stick in that position all the time. So I'm going to take 2 of those batteries out. Replace them with some timers. And here we're going to have walk, start. And walk, reset. What these are going to do, if I can remember off the top of my head, I'll go and double check the other ones in a minute. Walk start is going to turn that light on and that light off. And then it is going to activate all of the cycle parts. And reset will turn both of those lights on, so it looks nice. And then it will turn all of the walk cycle controls off. It will stop that just as a fail-safe, and it'll turn that off. So that way, oh, and it also, it needs to have some settings for the leg rotors. So that needs to be set to -40 to put it forwards. We might actually make it reset slower though. Scrap that, we'll call it -30, that one. And then it'll be 30 for the front leg. It'll be 30 for the rear left, I think. And -30 for the rear right. And then all of these will increase in velocity to 30. That way it should reset all of the legs to its default position. Now that everything is off, turning on that rotor doesn't do anything. But if we now hit the walk start timer, it kicks everything into action. And then if we hit reset again, it stops it all and puts it back to its default position. That sets it all up. And we can turn the rotor back on. Cool, right, so, oh yeah, the other thing we need to do is we need to set up the forward controls that the AI are going to use before we can actually build the AI. So we did set that stuff up. We've got 2 thrusters triggering this event controller when it gets above 20%, and when this is triggered, it will just turn that rotor on and off. So when I hit the forward control, it walks, it also works, and when I let go of the thruster, it stops. Simple as that, basically. So every time the AI tries to push forward with that thruster, it's going to drive the leg mechanism. Which is how all of these guys work. So, we've got that. We will need AI blocks. We will need things to control him now. And then we'll need to think about weapons as well. That actually might be how I get a tail pod on the back of him. Because I want him to have a pod as well. Let's put that like that. I want him to have a tail podder like all the others, even though he's only got 4 legs. He's not a proper spider. He still needs an abdomen. Keep reaching for the wrong keyboard. So let's take that and that off. What can we stick there that's going to be functional and useful? Because as far as AI blocks go, we need a remote control for the MES mod to work. We need the right button, there it is. We need a move controller for the AI to work. We need an offensive block for it to attack with. What else do we need on here? This is the most basic of the basic. Just need to put a sensor on him somewhere. In fact, now that we've got all that in place, we would be able to safely take this crap off the side, so we can see underneath. Yeah, I will leave him with a little bit of armour. So yeah, I think I'll leave him with those armour blocks there. And then we can have the sensor for his collision detection of sorts live under there. Yeah, because what that sensor is going to do is when it detects something, it will trigger the walk reset timer, and when it stops detecting, it will trigger the walk start. So that will effectively prevent it from crashing into stuff. Mostly. Let's turn that on. Let's turn that on so we can see what we're working with. Default settings are way too big. There you go. Sets it up to walk, and then it stops like that. But I may need to change that setting on all these because I don't want it to be able to detect enemies, because then it'll just stop walking every time that you stand in front of it, and then you'll just be able to cheese it by standing near it. So I need to change that a little bit. Right, so let's bring that all the way into 2. Bottom can come all the way forward. Back can come all the way in. We'll make that 1. Front can be 1. Yeah, maybe we'll extend that out at the front a little bit. Call it 7.5, not 78.5. 7.5. There you go. Before he crashes into stuff, he'll stop, and he'll start, and he'll stop. Might make the sides a little bit wider. Call it 2.5. What if I made the most brain-wracking mech possible? Like, each leg is visually different, moves differently, but walks... Oh, that would be quite the technical challenge, making a mech with vastly differing legs. I mean, I have done some with, like, different kinds of legs on them, but to make every single one completely different would be challenging. I wouldn't know where to start. What would you do? Just pick random legs and just go, right, that one could be this kind, that one could be this kind. I don't think I changed one of those angles, did I? No, left, right, 2.5. Oh, it's because when it swings out. Hey! not smeg it, that'll do for now. Okay, so it's got those bits, it's got those bits, it's got some basic AI. I need an attachment point for a pod on the back. I also need some weapons. What are we going to do about weapons? What are we going to do about the weapons? I was thinking of just doing, or trying out, just a fixed weapon type design. Go with the smaller ones. Not the railgun, that was too big. It's way too big. So you just got like a little drone like that that's just attacking you. Like so. Dee-dum, dee-dum, dee-dum. What's gonna do? Now we could actually put a couple of cargo containers on him to get a bit more extra ammo into them. That kind of looks done. But I can't do much. Oh, in fact, I could armour over the front of it. Yeah, I'll do that. Right, he's going to need more batteries. He's absolutely going to need... Oh, actually. Bum, 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 bum. So if I put it there, it's going to be too close. I'll have to put it off, mounted from there. What if we give him a little bit of greeble? Where are the heat vents? There they are. I'll stick a heat vent there, and then I stick a... where is it? Small hinge on the back, like so. I could give him all the power he needs in a little pod like that on the back. And his pod could just be a big fat battery. I think that might actually be a little bit close, so let's put one of them in. A battery like that on the back. That can be his little rear pod. Yeah, okay, not too bad of an idea. Oh, he's also going to need an antenna. He's absolutely going to need an antenna. Yeah, if we want him to be able to do anything. Want to be able to control him. Let's just stick one on top of him like that for the moment. That, and let's delete all the trash off the back. Let's actually get rid of these batteries on the side and just go with the one we've stuck on the back. Oh yeah, the one and only gyro it's got is on override at the moment. Oh, he's doing backflips without the override gyro though. Because his legs are real quick, that'll be why. Nice. Override. Put that back on. Let's slap another little gyro on the back of you. Because we did have one there before. There we go. Let's lock ourselves to him. There we go. Oh, that's not too bad at all. And with the thrusters you can go a nice 7-8 meters a second. You'll continue to accelerate as long as I hold that button down. Yeah! Yeah, that's not too bad, and the battery on the back isn't completely tipping him forward. The AI will be able to control it a little bit better than me, hopefully. Because the AI can make better use of the gyros than players can. Yeah, sweet. Oh, that's one thing I didn't check. I was not paying attention. Right, so we can last for an hour with the basic charge that you get when you spawn a battery in you, and I'm sure that the mod spawns them in with full power, I think. Not entirely sure, but an hour's worth of power at constant use is pretty good, so cool. Okay, we are going to need a name for this thing very, very soon. Yeah, we are definitely going to need a name for this thing soon. So, what have I built in there then? I don't need a weapon control system, because I'm just going to have them with fixed weapons, so we don't need to make an on-off light like I've done with the other mechs for their arms. Oh, that's something I need to do. That hinge. Pod hinge. I want that to tip forwards when he starts walking. Tip back and reset when he stops walking. So have that set to that and that. I don't know. I'll have that set like that for now. So when he walks forward, it'll do that. When he stops, it'll do that. Cool. So walk controls. Where are we? When you which one do we want to do it on? We want to do it on that one, really, don't we? Makes the most sense. Yeah, so when he starts to walk forward, this pod hinge is going to set velocity at 10 RPM, and when he stops walking, it is going to set velocity to minus. So when he walks forward, it tips forward. When he stops walking, it tips back. It just gives it a little bit more life as it's wandering about. Cool. Right, I need to pick a colour that's better than grey. I also need to figure out a name for it. What name are we going to have? What colour scheme are we going to have? In fact, he can run pretty good. What kinds of running spiders are there? Don't just say it's called the running spider. Oh, Philodromidae. Have you got anything that sounds cooler and I can shorten down? Are there any in this species that have cool names? Do 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 do. Crab spider. That's not really what it's going to look like. That's not really the idea I've got. Oh, cheers, someone. Yeah, he's walking pretty quickly, isn't he? I've got mechs that do move faster, but that's only because they are much, much larger in scale and look like they're moving considerably slower. Okay, if I type in fast spiders, is it just going to give me the same thing? Wolf spiders, I've already got one of them. Top 10 fastest spiders in the world. Go on. He's not a camel spider, he's... I don't really want to call him the camel. Oh, what have we got here? Giant house spider, that's not really a cool name. Huntsman we've already got. Hobo spider. Slingshot spider. Ooh. What's a slingshot spider look like? Maybe it can give us a good idea for a colour scheme. Ooh. Ooh, they're pretty little things. And they've got a big fat bulbous pod on the back of them, much like the large battery we've used. Oh, he's all white and yellow and stripy. That's quite an interesting look. Oh, it's a kind of orb weaver, I think. He looks orb weaverish. Yeah, go on. We'll go with Slingshot. He's a fast little bugger, so we'll call him that. Make sure I'm controlling the right one. Yeah. Right, what was the naming convention I've used? Oh yeah, square brackets. Right, Slingshot, Think Tank, NPC. Yeah, cool. Right. Okie dokie. Right. So, in that case... SLS Slingshot. That'll do for now. Just needs some kind of identifier that makes things a bit easier. So we can prefix all of them, as we've done them. We know they're done. We can do all of them. Those are the batteries down there, we don't need to worry about that. That gets to be the AI walk sensor. How did I do the antennas? What do they look like? Oh, it's the exact same thing. It's literally just the name of the thing. Cool. Right, so we'll do that for the antenna. That could be slingshot. And we've done all the leg hinges, so we will tag them as well. SLS. Oh, this block renaming mod is so much better for doing this kind of stuff. It's so much easier. What's that, someone? Get yourself a girlfriend that makes remarks about you like this man made remarks about the yellow striped spider. Told you, I'm a massive goth. I love creepy crawlies and things like that. There's a reason I've got 2 black cats. Right, remote control. What else have we finished off? Those batteries, we're going to bin them. We don't need them. Cargo containers. Ammo container. R01. Ammo container, R01. Because one of the other things I wanted to do is I wanted to set up some of the outposts to have multiple spawns. So maybe have one that has a couple of these little dudes turn up. But I might have to have a look at the relative spawning settings to do something like that, so they don't spawn inside each other, which we wouldn't want. That would be very bad. That's the battery we're actually going to use, so that can stay, that can stay. Most of the things named nicely. What other stuff do we need to do? Oh yeah, I want to put a separate defense block on them so that it doesn't interfere with the AI blocks that are on here. We want to get rid of them. I don't want to put another gyro there, I want to make that a bit better supported. Oh, hello tiny cat, we were just talking about you. Oh, no worries, Marcus. I've actually had it for a lot longer than I realised I did. Because when I downloaded it, I actually downloaded it last year, apparently, and completely forgot about it and never got around to it because I went to Steam to get it and apparently I was already subscribed. I've just forgotten about it and never ever properly used it until now. Right, so we got that to control, that to shoot enemies, that to detect enemies and turn stuff on and off. Yeah, I want to get another gyro in there. Oh, you know what, I'll just stick it under there. And we'll just build around it to support it a bit better. We'll put that there. So we've got guns, we've got AI, we've got antenna, we've got power, we've got defense. So that defensive block starts to be AI unit defense, just to make it a little bit simpler. So that will always be switched on. And that will be constantly looking for targets. And it is not going to have any chance to flee anywhere. And when it detects targets, what it is going to do is it is going to turn the offensive block on and off. It's going to turn the offensive block's AI on and off. And it will turn them off, but we're actually going to make a group because I need to do a bit of armouring and get a camera and some lights and stuff on here before we finish that off. So let's think about some shapes. And then we'll try and get this guy finished off, and then I'll probably call it a day fairly soon. I've been going for nearly 5 hours, if you include the hiccup with my internet earlier. But we'll try and get this guy to a usable state first. So, oh yeah, colour scheme, colour scheme, colour scheme. Pretty little spider, where was he? So, mostly white with black and yellow bits because it's some kind of orb weaver. Okay. Right. So we'll leave that grey as the base colour and we will just build up some white on top of that. Let's default everything. Let's not go with completely white. Yeah, let's just go with that armour for now. I'm not going to make this dude out of heavy armour. I want players to actually stand a chance of fighting. So, yeah, we'll do something like that. He's got a bit of a round body, so we'll give him a little bit of shape. That. Perhaps. Nah, let's do another block out. Do it like that, and then like that, or even like that. Get some round bits in there. Because he's meant to be a little spider with a little round body. There we go, something like that. Oh, well, that works out quite nicely. We can just mirror that at the back. Do something like that. And that hinge has got a little bit of room to breathe. We could potentially get away with putting that there. Yeah, hopefully that won't be too bad. Yeah. Yeah, and then we need to give him like a little face. We also need to give him, in fact, we'll make all the armor blocks on his legs the white armor colour. And we can have the black bits of the mechanical blocks as the black stripes, or were the legs mostly black and it's the body that's white? I know the legs are black and yellow. Okay. Let's do a yellow armor skin then. Do something different? No, I don't want that. About black and yellow and stripy, because that's what it is anyway. Bit much. Bit much. Yeah, I'll just keep it simple. Again, keep it simple, stupid. have that like that, and that, and that. And then we can have the bottom of those bits black. Like that. Then most of his... Why not make it camouflage with the ground? I've already got one that's fairly well camouflaged. The wolf's got pretty decent sand colour to him. And I'm roughly basing the colour schemes on pictures I find of these spiders on Google. Roughly. I'm at least taking the colour palette of them. So, let me just quickly check that. So yeah, he's got some yellow and black and stripy bits on his main body, sort of. What am I gonna do with them? Well, let's finish off putting some armour in place first. Then we can figure out what lines we've got to work with. Ah. Yeah. Let's take that bit and do a nice big black stripe down either side. I like that. And then we could do... Or in fact, actually, that's quite a lot of yellow. What if we do it the other way around? Yeah, have it something like that. I think that looks better. And then we can have the bits down at the bottom of the body in black as well, because they look like they've got quite a dark underbelly to them. And then we will also need some armor plate to cover this stuff up a little bit. Kind of like that. And I might even put a little bit just under there as well. Actually, can we bridge it across there? Not going to clang out on the rotor movement, is it? Going to target the rotor, please. No, not the rotor that's 6 feet away, that one. There we go. Yeah, that seems to be fine. Okay, cool. Oh, what's that, Chad? Camouflage with the ground and the legs and maybe lower third. To be honest, I kind of want to make them stand out a bit, because like I was saying, when I did a bit of live fire testing, trying to fight them myself, they were quite strong, so they don't really need any more advantages than they already have. Just trying to fight one of these two by myself with the standard rifle was very, very difficult, even with the light armor. In a fight against another mech, it's about even. But you don't want to be risking the survival mech right at the start. I want to try and make something that's a little bit more... something you can actually fight against and maybe scrap for parts early on. So... on that note, let's not completely box him in. Let's give him a few little weak spots. Turn that back on. Yes, I did. And I need to turn off the smegging proximity alarm on that. So it wants to detect ships, stations, and things. I might actually turn the detect players off so that you can't cheese it and make it stop, but still debating that. Might just set it to not detect enemies or something. There you go, that's better. Incessant beeping gets a little bit grating sometimes. Right, so let's put that into there, and we are getting a pretty good shape on this little fella now. We stick one of them there. What do we do here at the front? We can do that, or we can do that. The other option. That. Let's go with that. And we can put one of those either side. Have maybe an extra block in there for a bit more protection. That can go like that. And then we need to sort of finish off the front of him, really. And this rotor, what are we doing with this rotor? What are we doing with this? What about if we do that? That joins up quite nicely. Rotors are a little bit exposed though. We do. Maybe I just straight cut that out and just stick in a different shape altogether. Do something like that. And he's got like a little carapace overlapping it. Yeah, I quite like that. Sweet, okay. Then, for down here, we could do something like that. We could do something like that. Yeah, and then we can use some of them. One of those. Some of the pointy tips. Yeah. Pardon me. Then let's put something in front of there. Let's put a heat vent in there. Something that will respond. Where have they gone? Something that will respond to movement. So when the thrusters are firing, it'll light up. Then we can pop a camera right in the middle at the front. And then on the ends of here. Where are they? There they are. We can put some of them. And we can have... where is it? One of those across the front. And we could probably stick an armor plate under there to hide that thruster a little bit. Cool. Yeah, and then I might actually put... Where is it? Keep going past them. There they are. Some under there for a little bit more protection. There's a little bit of a gap here, isn't there? What can we do with that? We could stick one of those in there. That way or that way? That way or that way? Let's go with that way. You. Cool, so we got a camera, we got guns. Forward thruster. No, we still got this gap in the back. What else did I need to put in there? Oh yeah, I wanted to put a broadcast controller in there, didn't I? Oh, it's still got... Still got 2 batteries in there it doesn't need. Oh, it's got at least 1 battery in there it doesn't need. Definitely got another one, hasn't it? Forgot to delete that one. Battery in there that we can get rid of. Where is it? There it is. That battery can come out. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, right. Okay. We will have that there, and we will have 1 small battery as a reserve power kind of option. Because part of my idea for these mechs, as well as the fighting of them and stuff like that, is to try and lay out all of the controls for them in a kind of straightforward way so that players can not only fight them and scrap them, but also reverse engineer the technology that's inside them. So you can figure out how to make your own robots to fight these robots. So I want to kind of put things into them that you can, like I said, reverse engineer. So I'm actually going to fill him out a little bit and put in a couple of event controllers, and they are going to controller battery low. And I was thinking of having another evil idea and having controller self-destruct. Spell it. So that basically, when this thing runs out of ammo, it tries to explode on you, if you're not careful. But I might also save that idea for a different one. I've not quite made up my mind. Definitely going to have the reserve power one, though. Anyway. Right, so let's go back to my body. Let's... oh, go and get some smegging power, because I'll run out again. And yeah, I will have to call it quits on this stream fairly soon. It's gone 11 o'clock at night where I am. But we've made some good progress. Oh, sorry, I didn't see all your messages there, guys. I've been lost in my little world of talking crap. Blah blah blah. Too impractical. Mechs are impractical in general. Like the June worm. What's that? Your AI defense block is going nuts, saying that an enemy is very close, but nothing is showing on the horizon. Is it set to detect neutrals as well, by any chance? Because if there's like one random hinge or bit of something lying around, it might detect that and kick off about it. Little grid designated to the station, they don't remain. Oh yeah. Yeah, stations, if you delete them, they tend to stay static, which is a bit of a pain in the arse sometimes. A murder mech with a latch dish enemy removal protocol. Yeah, it is a little bit scary. It's why I was thinking I might not do it on all of them. I might just do it on some of them. Or I might set the parameters for it different on different mechs. Because I could have some explode on proximity, I could have some explode when they run out of ammo, things like that. Ooh, in fact, yeah, I'm totally doing that. I'm going to do two versions that are like that. One that just comes at you and tries to blow up. And one that explodes when it's run out of ammo and has no other way of defending itself. I think those are two fairly reasonable ideas. So let's add in a few more blocks to there. Now, we want that hinge to have a bit of breathing space, because they can get a bit moody, so I think we'll do that. And maybe just do that at the top. It's got a bit of room. That gyro is in a bloody awkward place. I might do that. And what else can I do here? I can do that either side. And that gyro is in such an awkward place. But don't really want to move it. Oh, there we go, we can just do that. And it's at the back anyway, so it's gonna be mostly covered. We could do that, and then we could stick one of them in that gap there, and I quite like the back end of that. That looks pretty good now. Just need to sort out pod. Most of it looks alright, except for the block where that's attached. That's looking pretty good. Okay, right, let's get rid of that. Let's... Oh, sorry, there was that a discussion amongst yourselves about mechs and stuff? No worries. Oh, I've turned my antenna off again, as I always do. Slingshot. Right, you are coming along quite nicely now. So that can be your reserve battery. Now, what else did I just build? I built a broadcast controller that I need to sort out. I built a couple of heat vents. I'll just reset the names. Stick that on the front. Gyroscopes. We will reset the names and stick that on the front. Reset. Gatling gun. Gatling gun left. Oop. Capital L. The lock was on. Gatling gun right. Cool. Okay. Camera. Front. Broadcast controller. Right, what did I do on the other ones? Were any of them still alive to actually get into? There we go. Broadcast. Oh, have I not put one on the Huntsman? Smeg. Need to do that. Oh, these guys are all dead and out of power. Sitting there for ages. There we go. Alive now. Wolf. There you go. You're alive. Broadcast controller. What did I do with you? Enemy detected. Power low. Weapons online, offline. Okay, simple enough. We'll do things slightly differently. Slingshots. Broadcast. So. Grab that. Put that into the broadcast name. I can have weapon. It's spelled weapons online. Two. The other two were, or the other three. Huntsman, Wolf. There we go. Broadcast controller. Weapons online, offline. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have a power low, and I'm gonna have a self-destruct mode to give you a brief visual warning that you're about to get blown up. Broadcast. Let's do enemy detected first. Good spell. Enemy detected. Weapons online. Power low. Self-destruct. I think that's about all we need, really. Oop, that's the wrong button. Oop. There we go. Right, so the defensive block. Oh, I don't even need the weapons online, do I? Because that's going to be a totally separate thing. Because I haven't made a separate weapon control. There's no point. Okay, well, there's one last message we need to have the broadcast controller then. Because it'll just say both of those messages at the same time. I know, I'll sod it. We'll go with both of them. So, when the defensive block detects stuff, we want it to turn the weapons on. So I'll make a group for the guns. We also need to put some lights on it as well, which I've forgotten about. So, in fact, we will call that Gatling Guns group weapons instead. We will add some lights I like to have things light up when it attacks. Where could I squeeze in some kind of lights? What could I do? What could I do? Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Where could I put some? Let's take that out. Ooh, that exposes that a little bit more than I'd like it to. But, meh. The thing is going to explode anyway, so... we could do that. Have some spotlights on the top of it. So it's got more little spidery eyes. Then we take that block out there. We could add, where is it? There we go. Put some of them on. For that meh, amazing, but it'll do for now. Right, then I'm gonna make these lights. Tart. Targeting light left. And we are gonna make these spotlights bright red. And we're actually not gonna have them look very far. That can be R01. They can get tied into the weapon group. Offset spotlights, where are you? Oh, I put the targeting light already though. We'll tie them into there. We will give them the same tag as everything else. Kamikaze Max, yeah. Absolutely. It also reminds me, I need to put some warheads in them. I think I might put 2 in each one. So that's that. So when the defensive block detects an enemy, it will turn on the offensive AI. It will then turn the weapons on and off. Reminds me to make sure that's all set off by default. These search lights. These can just be on all the time. Make the mech seem a little bit more alive when it's just sitting there waiting for a target. They can target all the things, doesn't need to target neutrals or enemies. We'll have it look real far, because why not? What else have we got? Anything else that needs sorting out? Oh yeah, power low. Something gets screwed up. It will turn it on and take it off recharge, so it gets a little bit more power. And then this self-destruct one. For now, this one, I am going to set it to cargo filled, and when it's completely run out of ammo, so less than 1. I also need to set that to less than 5. So when it completely runs out of ammo in all of these blocks, it will explode. Or it'll set a timer to explode. I haven't made my mind up yet. That was the wrong button. What I want to do is get inside him and see what we can do with some warheads. Because the explosive barrels are cool, but they're a little bit too big for this design. Whereas a couple of warheads tucked in just here would be perfect, I think. Yeah. Stick a couple of them in there. Sneaking shots. Warhead. Reset name. Prefix name. Left. Right. Let's make a group for them. And then the self-destruct timer, controller. So when that gets to less than that, what we can do is we can arm the warheads, at least, and then we can either let it attempt to chase you down and explode if it gets close enough. That, Chad, is actually my plan for the other one, the other design I want to do. I want to have one that detonates when it gets too low, so it catches you by surprise, and then I want to have one that just heads straight for you, and hopefully uses the distance to locked target function and blows up when it gets close enough to you. So we will try both, probably not in this stream, but we will come back to it. Absolutely. So this one, when it gets low, let's give it a countdown. Let's give it a countdown so that it doesn't immediately explode. It gives you a chance to think, oh, it's run out of ammo. I might have won. I might be able to beat it now, and then bam. 10-second timer, we'll give it that for now. I'm happy with that. Okay, so that's that. Yeah, there's some AI blocks I haven't sorted out. So AI unit. Movement. So we want that off, we want that on. We don't want precision mode. He can go quite quick, so let's give him 15 meters a second. Minimum altitude, nothing. We don't want him to roll, and we give him a little bit of pitch so we can kind of look up and down, aim up and down a little bit. Then we can do the AI unit offense. And what these are going to do, the best thing I've found for these mechs so far, is to just set them to intercept. So target closest every 10 seconds. Leave that on default. Intercept with basic settings, so they just come straight at you. That's just about everything, except we need to finish off the pod on the back. We've got some lights, we've got some weapons, we've got a camera. Oh, that's a point. I haven't set up the remote control with the camera. There we go, so that when I try and control it... Oh, actually I need to back out. There we go. There we go. And that sensor could do with being a little bit further back so we can't crash into stuff. So, what is it? Back and go 2 meters. Yeah, spot on. That'll do. Okay, right. Pod on the back. We'll finish this pod off. We'll do a little bit of testing and then I'll probably wrap this stream up a little bit. I've said that about 10 times. Where was the picture of that little spider then? Right, so there's pods. Big and bulbous and stripy. Mostly white, accents of black and yellow. I'll leave that slightly visible. So let's just do something simple like this for now. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll just keep it simple. We can tweak the designs all day long. Just want to get something in place first. We'll do that, and we go with that dark grey, black kind of colour. Oh, that would make life easier. Let's put mirror mode on there. Do that, we can do that, we can do that, we can do that. We're going to do here, we can do that, that bit in the middle. We could even do something a little bit different. We can do something like that. Ooh. Actually, we have got plenty of room there, haven't we? Let's take that out. Let's do that instead. Got more room there than I thought. So yeah, we do that and that and that, and then we make a nice little round looking pod. What's that, Chad? Is it possible with the current leg configuration to jump? If so, how high would they be jump? You can do. It can be a bit clangy, because you can just make the legs move super fast with a lot of torque, and it can throw the mech in the air. But like I said, it can be a bit clangy. I have set... Oh, that's another one running out of power again. I have set the Zebra up with a bunch of thrusters and some small hydrogen tanks, so it can jump, but I rebuilt a lot of that stuff the other day and I've not put the jump controls back into him properly yet. But it is possible to make them jump. You've just got to stress the physics engine out a bit. Do that and that and that and that. And then for this side, I don't want it sticking out too far. It's not like... for this side, I think we'll go back to the white colour again. It's not like we do that. It's a nice weird little shape, isn't it? But, maybe not. Do that, 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 that. Then under here we can continue with the black stripe. Stick that in there. We can take that yellow colour and put it there. There. Yeah, I like that. I like it. Put that there. Then might, just to make it a little bit more exposed, a bit more of an obvious target, might just fill the sides of that out with the beam blocks. Ooh, and then this bit on the back, I want to slightly cover that, so let's switch to that block and that block. And then we can get a little thing on the back. There we go, something like that and that. And that, there we go. Cover that over. What's that? With all the things you've seen built in SE, don't doubt many people are worried about stressing the physics engine. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the limitations really are how much your computer or server can handle. Oh yeah, I need to take that out. Oh, and also that. Put that in there. We will take that white colour from there. We'll put that in there. And we've got a nice round little pod on the back of him. His autopilot's enabled. Oh yeah, let's set up his toolbar so it's a bit more usable by me for troubleshooting. Oh, that battery's... oh. Yeah, that'll be why. Let's put temporary reactors back on these things while we're testing. Dum 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 dum. Uranium is right at the bottom. Oop, don't need that much. There you go, you're alive again. So, what did I do with your toolbar? Well, we don't have weapons on and off. We just have... don't need any of that. And we don't have half of that either. Okay, we'll just make the toolbar for this thing completely different. What groups have we got? Make some more groups. Why have I typed the word group? Gatling gun. Let's make a group for them. Lights, make a group for them. Right, so we have got weapons, we've got that. Let's set up the AI blocks on that page maybe. Anything else on here I might need to take control of? Weapons, do, not particularly. Alright, in that case, let's have a group for warheads. arm on and off, and a group 4 warheads. Detonate, because why not? We need 1 for the AI movement, 1 for the AI targeting, 1 for AI defense, so we know that all those systems are working correctly. What else do we have on him? Battery power. That's the only other thing, isn't it? Yeah, battery power. I'll just put that one on there. So we can see how much power it's got left. 28%, not great. Right, that doesn't need to be on, because the defensive block is going to do that. That can be off, that can be on, that can be on, that can be on. Oh, yes, that's another thing I've forgotten about. AI blocks get a little bit moody when they can't move in certain directions. Smeg, I forgot about that. I can just put it inside though. So, yeah, AI blocks get a little bit fussy about following stuff when they haven't got, at least in my experience, at least 2 planes of movement. Yeah. So, one of the workarounds that I have for that is I stick dummy thrusters in my mechs. Oh, let's just... it's a hole there, it's easier. We don't need 2 of them though. In fact, actually, stick 2 in, just to give it a bit more balance. And then, yeah, I just put a couple of hydrogen thrusters in, basically, that obviously aren't connected to anything. They don't have a fuel source, but the AI blocks don't know that. The AI block just see it as a thruster that is available to use. And it helps them settle down a bit and track targets better, I've found. So, yeah, we'll do that. We will quickly go back into here. Where were those 2 hydrogen thrusters? There they are. They now get to be called AI thruster. That's about all of that. That's the slingshot. Right, I think he is about ready to just chop down and have him go about his business. Oh, let's do a little test on him. Let's turn the AI off. Yep, that's the right one. Yeah, look at him go. Don't hear him clanging too much. And there you go, that's the walk sensor kicking in, stops him from crashing into stuff, and then as soon as he turns away from it, he can walk again. There you go, automatically stopped. Yeah. Sweet. Right, so for a little bit of temporary tracking and AI testing, we will stick a bright yellow task block on the back of him. We will set that task block to follow me. And we will turn his AI on. He's quite quick, isn't he? Oh, yeah, that's going to be an issue though. That's going to be an issue because he's so small. That gyro, 2 gyros might actually be way more than he needs. And I haven't really got room on him to fit an override gyro. Or maybe I do. Maybe I do. Let's see if we can get an override gyro on him, because that'll help him balance. Just take that off for a second. Put that there. Take that out, because that is a gyroscope anyway. We don't necessarily need. So I could, in theory, where are they? Rotors. Small rotor, there it is. There's a fucking way around, is it? Let's take that out so I can see what I'm doing. There we go, we can have a small rotor like that. We can push that out a bit so it's not clanging. We can call this the balance rotor. We can turn shear inertia tensor on. We can set the torque to... It's not actually going to move at all, but I'm not sure if the torque settings actually play a role in what I'm doing here, but that can be set to 0, that can be set to 0. That is set up like so, and then we can pop a gyroscope on the end of that. That can then become balance gyroscope and have override set on. Oh yeah, that's another thing I forgot. A little sound block so it makes noises. All the others have got noises. Put that on there. And that should help him balance a little bit. There's a block of space in the back. I can potentially put a gyroscope back there. We'll leave it for now, because I think the 2 gyros might have been a bit too much. We'll find out in a second. When we do a little bit more testing, put that there. So, yeah, that little sound block. Take that off. Yeah, there we go. Right, sound block. Slingshot sound block. What that is going to do is we're going to play one of the drone noises. Yeah, we'll go with that. So, when the sensor detects something, it can also trigger that sound block, and when the defense block detects something, it can also play that sound block. Yeah, like that. So what else did we do? Balance gyroscope, balance rotor, SLS, prefix. Did we change anything else? No, we did not. So I think that is all right again. Give that a test. Hopefully he's a little bit more stable. Going down from. To come down from there now. And the gyro's still got plenty of ground clearance, really. And that acts as a sort of another little target. If you can take that gyro out, his walking ability will get more erratic. I need to take that off override, and I need to lock myself on so I can see what I'm doing. Be helpful. Yeah, I think I need to put that other gyro back in him. He's a bit too stiff on the turning now. So yeah, I think this guy is pretty much in a good place to test properly. So where were we? We had that space here. Can I comfortably get in there just about? There we go. Just about squeezed in there. Oh yeah, I made that heat vent and covered it up, didn't I? Forgot about that. So yeah, let's put that in place there. Oh, right, lock onto him again. Let's sort out some things. So that sensor, it's not how you spell sensor. That doesn't need to be on there anymore. That's all fine. Doesn't need to do that. That's all good. Gyroscope. Gyros. Copy. Select. Place the name on both of them. Anything else? That's looking pretty good. There you go, that's a bit easier to control. And he's not quite as flappy as he was before. A little bit of clang there, but it's to be expected. There's always a little bit of clanging with robots. Right, let's do that AI test again then. Just to see how well he can track a target. Task, follow player, follow me, AI on. Movement control AI is on. Back out there. Yeah. Let's set his move block a little bit closer. I wanted to get. Oh no, it's not the move block, it's the task block and set it to like 5 meters, so he's always trying to get real close to us. Yeah, there you go. I'm quite happy with the way that works. He's a little bit bang. Oh, it's your pod on the back, isn't it? Ah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Yeah, so that's gonna react badly with the physics. That's why the others are all on rotors. Got that off. Do that again. Rotor. What we need. Just have it right there. Then we need to put a hinge on the end of that. Where are they? There they are. That can be pod rotor. That can be million, because it's going to get locked in place anyway. 0, 0. May as well name it, tag it properly now. And then we can reattach that pod. Which way was it? There we go. Oop. There we go. There we go. Right, so we can copy that. Paste that onto the share inertia tensor on. Go, that's nice and stable. We can bring that in a whole bunch. And probably be able to bring it in a little bit more. All the way might be too much. Go with that. That's like. Right, so then we need to rebuild that. So what did I do? Yeah, that one. Right, it was on the forward. No, it wasn't. It was on the control. Shouldn't this guy go to bed? Yeah, I probably should go to bed. I'm going to go to bed in a minute. I want to get this guy boxed off first. What do you mean, the robot? Right, oh yeah. Control. So we need to... You see that? That is why I was supposed to make a pod hinge group. So that in the event I have to do stuff like this, I can easily replace the part by just sticking it in a group. That's the wrong button. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. Pod hinge. Set velocity 10. Pod hinge. Set velocity -5. There we go. Back to normal again. Right. Okay. Let's get rid of you. You're a dud. We don't need you. Oh yeah, we do need to turn that sensor back off again. Or turn that off. Don't need to see its signal. That's all good. Go over there. That can get dropped off. Oh, hang on, did we put that gyro back into this version? We didn't, did we? No, we didn't. We need to put that gyro back in. Round is it? That way. Gyroscopes. Take that off that. Take both of them, stick that in there, name them both. Sure that didn't work, did it? No, it didn't. I just screwed it all up even. I used prefix. Not change name. There we go. There we go, substantially less clanging. Quite heavy on the back now, leans back a little bit, but yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Alright, let's AI test him again. Task, lock, swing, shot, AI, task, follow, 5 meters. Turn the AI on would be helpful. Much nicer, much less clanging, and the AI does a better job of trying to keep them level than a player constantly trying to fight against it. Yeah, he's walking quite well. Now you can track not too badly either, and you can also lean up down a little bit. Yeah. Cool, I'm happy with that. That can go. That can go. You can get blueprinted, and you can also get exported. Oh no, 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 you can't get exported. I need to delete that. Need to get rid of that. But I need to delete that export file I just made. That's the wrong thing. That can go. What's that? He looks happy. Hey, he's gonna be a happy little mech that runs at you and explodes and shoots you while he's trying to do it all. How are those two blocked? I can't remember what they were. Oh, and one of them was the Smegging defensive block, and I need to set that up again. And the other one was battery, that's what it was. So that needs recharge on off, and that defensive block needs rebuilding, or part of it might do. Yeah. the offensive block needs to be on and off, and AI on and off, on and off. Yeah, right. So I'm going to try with this guy turning off detect enemy so that he will just try and run straight into you, but he will still be able to detect grids and stuff like that. Hopefully. I think that's mostly done. Yeah. I think that's about right. Alright, we'll make another blueprint of him. We will copy him and press the right button and export him. I've now got him in my spawn folder. And let's get back to normal. What is the best way of doing this? Structures, prefabs, defense station, outpost, 01 NPC. I just make a copy of that and call it outpost 03. We can then hopefully just quickly set up a little spawn test for him. So that was the defense stations. Let's get rid of that. Where are the rest of things for that? I want spawn groups. It's the defense station group as well, isn't it? Yeah, we'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we'll get rid of that. So we will quickly just try and make another spawn group and see if we can get this to work before I go to bed for the evening. So we've got a new one here. So this could be Outpost 03. Outpost 03. And that needs Outpost 03 behavior. Copy that just in case. Add a sound for walking. He's happy. Yeah! Oh, I'm going to go to bed in a minute, mate. I know it's midnight. I'm just enjoying what I'm doing here. I want to try and see if I can get this done first. So, that's saved. Let's grab our behaviours. So, behaviour outpost. Entity. That one there. Stick that in there. So structure outpost 3 behavior, outpost 3 trigger. That's all good. That should be fine. Save that. So then we need to grab our where is it? Triggers for our outposts. So we've got number 1 for the wolf, number 2 for the recluse. Copy that to there. Paste that into there. The behavior trigger. Need to do number 2 recluse, number 2 recluse. So it's this one here. Structure trigger number 3. We'll do spawn tank number 3. Spawn tank number 3. We'll do structure spawner. Small tanks. And we'll do one more of these. So there to there. We'll copy that. So where were we? Recluse, recluse. We are here. We are this one. Yeah, so what did we call it? Slingshot. That's what we need to call it now. Slingshot. Save as. Dum-da-dum-da-dum. Where are we? This one here. Slingshot. And then we just need to grab the ID for that little think tank. And stick it there, and hopefully that all works correctly. Number 3, number 3, number 3, outpost 3, remote control, outpost 3, outpost 3, yeah, hopefully work. Right. I'm going to save there. We will do one last little spawn test and then I'm going to bed. So, save there, quick reload, and we'll see if this works, or if I've just broken it with that coding, then I'm going to bed anyway. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if this actually works. Are you gonna load, or have I just broken the game again? Usually fine if you can get past 20%. There we go, 40, 50, nearly. And cool, nearly there. Nearly, maybe. Oh, there we go. Right. Okay, we're looking for outpost 3. Oh, that's all going to be smacked up. MES dot spawn planetary installation. Spawned a couple of them. 3. Did we get the one I want? Outpost number 3 has not appeared yet. MES dot spawn reinstallation. What's that? Outpost 1. Come on, give me Outpost 3. Let me know it's worked. It's not spawning Outpost 3. Oh, then again, I only called the feckin' blueprint Outpost 3. I just used Outpost 1, I think. That spawned a wolf. Sod it, we'll just have to go and have a look. That spawned Cobalt. That spawned the Huntsman, because that's a defense station. That's a defense station. What have we got here? Not many outposts. My base. That's that one. No, that's the one with the wolf tank. Get rid of that. Yeah, that's my base. That's my base. That isn't. That isn't. That is. That is. That isn't. That one isn't. Where have I gone? Oh, it's gone dark. Have enemy tanks about. Let's try. Oop, and thought I could be cheeky and just rename the thing, but I think what I've done. I haven't actually renamed the blueprint, so it'll still be spawning as. If it even is still spawning, it'll just be spawning as Outpost 1. Being lazy. That's a wolf. I think it was Outpost 1 that I've used. Yeah, I might have to just make a spawn point for it better. No, that's a recluse. Yeah, smeg it. I'm probably just going to go to bed and call it a day on this. Spawned a huntsman. They all seem to spawn properly, which is good. Recluse, yeah, there we go. Oh, in fact, hang on. MES.GESAP. Just before I disappear, let's just check that and see what it's saying. No, it's not saying anything right now because I've spawned too many. Smeg it. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Yeah, it's all just spawned wolves and recluses. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I need to set up a proper spawn for the new little guys, it looks like. It doesn't seem to quite be working properly. Unless it's that one there, maybe. Check this last one and then giving up. No, that's a wolf as well. Yeah, I need to set up a proper spawn for it. Smeg it. I'm gonna go back to... Where's the zebra? There it is. Go back over here. Spawn back down here, and I'm gonna call that quits for this one. He's working quite well. I'll get him set up with a proper spawn at some point. And then I'll probably do another stream building more of this stuff. But we got 2 new mechs sorted. We got a new big scary one with missiles, and we got a little one that explodes, runs quite quickly, so I think that's a good bit of progress. I need to build some more buildings. I need to make an actual little building for this guy to use. So I am gonna call that quits here and go to bed. So thank you all for watching. Thank you very much all for chatting and making suggestions and all the rest of it. So yeah, I'll be back on Saturday evening to work on more Metal Gear stuff, I think. There's still some more stuff to do on Zeke, and I might make a start on another one. I'm not quite sure yet, but I'll figure that out at the time. But yeah, oh hey Arcaville, yeah, cheers man. No worries, I am gonna go and get some sleep now. Oh, what's that, Chad? Which spawns based on players' reputation. That's another one of the settings that I haven't explored with yet, or experimented with. I'm just working on proximity stuff at the moment to get my head around it, but reputation is definitely something I want to figure out. I would like to make a way of bigger, scarier ones appearing the more you annoy the faction that I'm going to make that controls all of these robots. Again, similar to assertive, getting more aggressive the more you hassle Splitsy's drones, so I'll figure all that out and probably get that running at some point in the near future. So yeah, cheers for watching. Sorry about the issues with the initial stream and it all going cockeyed, but we've had 5.5 hours of smooth sailing now, so it's been alright for the rest of it. Yeah, cheers for chatting, cheers for watching, and goodbye for now. See you all next time. Ooh, I would see you all next time if my hotkeys hadn't broken. See you later.